Okay. Okay. I think we're back. BC, this is the Patreon's fault. Well, they do keep the equipment going. All right, we had some technical difficulty there. I think we're good now. Well, welcome to our 200th live stream. The mess that it's already become. The terrible 200s. Oh boy. I do need to alter the video device here. Just a second. Wow. Messed up, man. Messed up. There we go. Head it back that way. Wow. Off to a great start. Great start. Well, want to thank you all for joining us here tonight. I was just saying to my producer as we were beginning here, we didn't think we would make 3 live streams, let alone 200. Who knew that 200 would be the last one? It's not. Okay, we're not quitting. We're not quitting yet. Just a bit of channel maintenance though. There will probably be no live stream next week. Since I will be in Egypt. Okay? So there's going to be no live stream next week. And if we do, it'll be a very informal one. Okay? But I don't see myself doing that since I'd have to probably get up at 4 a.m. in the morning, Egypt time to do it. Okay? So. So, we're back. Although we will be gone for a week. Okay, so again, for those of you who are going to be with us in Egypt, looking forward to this. This is going to be really exciting, and again, we're really looking forward to the trip to Egypt, and we will be coming back with video. Okay, so you guys can kind of see what you guys missed when you didn't go. Okay, so what can I say? 200 live streams has been, wow, it's been a roller coaster, to say the least. We did all, I mean, the channel lore has just been amazing. It's been everything from ancient aliens and sound foxes, to Mr. EC behind me, I guess over there. So, yeah, it's been a fantastic time, and we really appreciate all of you guys who have supported us over the years with joining us in these Fridays. Okay, now let's get into the rules, and then we can start taking some questions. Okay. Rules are same as always. Super chats have priority. No, that shouldn't be an issue to anyone. We do take non-super chat questions, and we ask that if you do post a non-super chat question, you use a Q and a colon at the beginning. That way, we know it's directed to us. If a Q and colon doesn't there, it doesn't exist for us. Okay? Only post your non-super chat questions once. No question spamming. Okay, that'll disqualify your question for the night. If it's a verse from something from the Bible, do give us the context, as in what book it's in, what chapter, what verse, so we don't have to go hunting for it. We also ask that if you sponsor a non-super chat, that you repeat the question in the super chat, so we don't have to go hunting for it. It just saves us all a lot of time. And then finally, 1 question per chat. Okay, no question stacking. There's just no way we can do that. It's answering 10 questions shoved into a chat just is not feasible to answer in a stream like this. In which case, we'll just select. If you do that, we'll just select one and ignore the others. Okay. So That said, let's start getting into the questions. Now, because of the technical difficulty, I am going to have to probably bring these up one at a time here. But, that off. Okay, and the first one here is from Chow Yi. Let me resize that so we can all see it. This is all normal stuff I normally do before the live stream, but because we had to change profiles here, we have to do it now. Okay. And he asks the question, why are there only 2 cherubim on the ark when there are 4 creatures surrounding the throne in Ezekiel and in Revelation? It is a good question. And the reason why is it boils down to geometry. Okay? It boils down to geometry. The geometry of the surface being protected for sacred space oftentimes determines how many cherubim there are. Okay? If it is a large rectangle or a square, then it's 4. If it's a narrow rectangle, then it's 2. Okay? So it works out as geometry more than anything. Okay? So, for example, on sacred barks, it's 2. On the Ark of the Covenant, it's 2. On the sarcophagus of King Tut, it's 4. On King Tut's canopic shrine, it's 4. So it's really going to depend upon the orientation of the space, whether it's going to be 2 or 4. BC, so the garden even was a narrow rectangle. Got it. We're not told how many cherubim, though, in the Garden of Eden. So, on the Ark of the Covenant, yes. Around the throne room of God, yes. But not the Garden of Eden. We don't know if it was a rectangle or a square, but presumably it's surrounded by 4 rivers. So there is some intimation that it's squarish. So so it boils down to what's your geometry. What's the geometry of the sacred space you're trying to protect? So it's essentially again, in the case of the Ark of the Covenant, it's narrow and it's a narrow rectangle. So this is where sort of geometry plays in on these sacred spaces. Same as on sacred barks too in Egypt. They're narrow sections of space, so they generally do 2. So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the non-super chat. Very much appreciated. What? Mm-hmm. Yeah, true. Yeah, 4 rivers diverge from it, but the fact it's 4. Okay, that's really the issue there. But that there would be 4 roughly sides to it. It's an inference more than anything else. Okay, so next question here. And again, we're going to have to bring this up here. Okay. Is going to be from Christian Theology and Apologetics for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. And he says, see the non-super chat below. It's going to be here. Okay. And the non-super chat says, Catholic Answer states that the great diversity of Protestant doctrine stems from the doctrine of private judgment, which denies the infallible authority of the Church and claims that each individual is to interpret Scripture for themselves. They argue that this conflicts with 1 Peter 1:20. Thoughts? Okay. Let's look up 1 Peter 1:20 here, and then we'll talk about the question in general. Of course, this is not working either. Nice. Okay. There we go. Back up. Okay, 1 Peter. Or 2 Peter, sorry. 2 Peter 1 verse 20. But know this first, that no prophecy of Scripture is a matter of one's own interpretation. For no prophecy was ever made by an act of human will, but men moved by the Holy Spirit spoke from God. Okay. Now, there's a couple things that I think we need to note about this. The doctrine of private judgment isn't really a doctrine in Protestantism. At least I've never heard of it. Have you ever heard of a doctrine of private interpretation? I've never heard of this. And I think I know my Protestant theology pretty good by this point. So I mean, I don't know what they mean private judgment. Okay. So I don't see how they get that there's a diversity of Protestant doctrines. Second of all, the individual interpreting Scripture for himself has always been a debated subject, okay? And it comes down to what is the basis of interpretation. Now, here's the argument, here's the inference that, say, Catholic Answers wants to make here, is that no prophecy of Scripture is a matter of one's own interpretation. Therefore, you need the Catholic magisterium to interpret it for you. Okay? And I think that's patent. I mean, that's an inference. That's an inference. That's not an implication. So I think what they're doing is a kind of eisegesis here when they read that the Catholic magisterium is being referred to here in 2 Peter chapter 1 verse 20. So it's very much that they are reading something into this text that's not there. But that does raise the question of how do we interpret Scripture? And we come down to the principles of context here, and through the agency of the Holy Spirit. And the agency of the Holy Spirit here isn't restricted to the magisterium. You know, they might have some agency from the Holy Spirit, but they're not exclusive to this. And I think this is the problem with the Catholic's answer here, is it's a claim of exclusivity. It's a claim of exclusivity that they're claiming to be the only people who can interpret Scripture. So I think that's really problematic. I think it's really problematic, and in many ways, it's replacing basically illumination of the text. Illumination of the text is a doctrine. Illumination of the Holy Spirit is a doctrine. Now, how exactly that happens is at the will of the Holy Spirit. We know that there's times when the Holy Spirit speaks directly. We also know that the Holy Spirit speaks through the church. We also know that the Holy Spirit speaks through other Scripture. So, Big Destiny asks here, that verse is really saying that Scripture comes from God, not man himself, right? Right. Exactly. And its interpretation also comes from God. That's, at least its proper interpretation. So I think this is the problematic place we are here with Catholic Answers. If Catholic Answers is trying to provide support for the necessity of the magisterium. And I don't think you can get that from this verse. And so I think what's happened here overall is they've constructed a straw man. They've constructed a doctrine of Protestantism that doesn't exist, and then try to blow it down with an eisegetical reading of 2 Peter 1 verse 20. So I think that's overall the issue here. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here. Going to be from Anjaponis Khan Raffi for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thoughts on this? God's point of driving Abraham into pagan ritual was using a known context, Isaac's sacrifice, to show he was different from other gods, not approachable by gaining favor by faith. Okay. Let's look this one up, because there's a lot of nuance in this. A lot of nuance here. All right, we've got to go to Genesis chapter 22 for this. Okay, Genesis chapter 22, verse 1. Now it came about after these things that God tested Abraham and said to him, Abram, and he said, here I am. He said, take your son, your only son, who you love, go to the land of Moriah and offer him there as a burnt offering on one of the mountains, which I tell you. Okay? So, it is, so that basically, do a burnt offering up there. So Abram arose in the morning and saddled his donkey and took 2 young men with him and Isaac his son. And he split the wood for the burnt offering and arose and went to the place which God had told him. On the 3rd day, Abram raised his eyes and saw the place from a distance. And Abram said to his young men, stay here with the donkey, and I and the lad will go yonder, and we will worship and return to you. Now, that's kind of interesting right there, that we will worship and return to you. So there's some expectation already that, well, is he lying to his retainers? Or is he expecting that Isaac is not going to perish in this process? This is one of the reasons why this chapter is so debated. It's hotly debated. And it's the importance here, the test or the sacrifice. And there's all sorts of variety of opinions. This is, as I said, this is one of the most hotly debated passages in Scripture. Is this just a test that Abram is willing to do this? Or is this that God stays his hand? We don't know. But it is greatly debated. Verse 6. And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering and laid it on Isaac his son. And he took his hand and in his hand the fire and the knife. So the 2 of them walked on together. And Isaac spoke to Abraham his father and said, my father, he said, here I am, my son. And he said, behold, the fire and the wood. But where is the lamb for the burnt offering? Yeah, if you don't know where the lamb is, you're the lamb. And Abraham said, God will provide himself the lamb for the burnt offering, my son. So the 2 of them walked on together. Then they came to the place of which God had told him, and Abraham built the altar there, and arranged the wood, and bound his son, Isaac, and laid him on the top of the altar. And Abram stretched out his hand and took the knife to slay his son. But the angel of the Lord called to him out of heaven and said, Abraham, Abraham. He said, here I am. He said, do not stretch out your hand against the lad, and do nothing to him. For now I know that you fear God, since you have not withheld your son, your only son, from me. Then Abram raised his eyes and looked, and behold, behind him a ram caught in the thicket by his horns. And Abraham went and took the ram and offered him up for a burnt offering in the place of his son. And Abraham called the name of the place, "The Lord will provide," as it is said to this day, "In the mount of the Lord it will be provided." Okay. So yeah, Micah, I think you've got it right here. Micah says God was flipping the script and showing that he would provide the sacrifice. Exactly.
Destiny. Walk back down.
Big Destiny says that walk back down must have been pretty awkward. Yeah, probably very awkward. The retainers probably asked, "How'd it go up there?" Isaac probably said, "Don't ask." Ryan goes. Yeah. Moral of the story: don't go for a walk with Abraham. Ryan says, "Sarah, you did what?" Bubble Machine adds, "God told you to do what?" Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's sort of the big question here is, well, God provided you a son, but now he's asking you to sacrifice it. So, I mean, this, as I said, this is one of the most debated passages in Rabbinic Judaism, in Christianity, in Abrahamic religions in general. It's a hotly debated thing. So it's really difficult. But here's the thing too, getting back to the original question, God's point of driving Abraham into a pagan ritual was using a known context, Isaac's sacrifice, to show he was different from the other gods. So it's exactly what it's doing. It's an inversion. It's an inversion. We see inversions all over the place in the Old Testament. And this is not the only inversion we find, where God takes something pagan but known and then flips the script. The Ark of the Covenant has 2 cherubims that protect a sacred space. Well, in that sacred space, there would normally be an idol. There's no idol there. God flips the script on sacred barks to show that he's a different kind of God. A God that does not need to be clothed, does not need to be fed, does not need to be put to bed at night. He does this on the suzerain treaty with Abraham, where Abraham divides the pieces, but God goes through the pieces. That's not what the suzerain did. The people were supposed to go through the pieces. It was God again flipping the script to show mankind that he's the sort of God. He's making a promise that he is going to keep to Abraham. Abraham doesn't have to do anything there. Ryan asks, was Isaac old enough to fight back against Abraham? Seems like he was a teenager at that point. Yeah, he was probably around 13. So, as a 13-year-old, he wouldn't have had that physical strength to... Well, we don't know. He might have fought back. But a 13-year-old has no... It may not have reached that point, who knows, but he would not have had the physical strength to do it anyway. A 13-year-old is not a match for a fully grown man. Yeah, carried the wood. Yeah, but you can get a 13-year-old boy to carry wood. Just ask any Boy Scout leader. They get the 13-year-olds too carry the wood all the time. It's not the troop leaders that are carrying the wood. It's the Boy Scouts. Yeah. Too Many Mary says, teen to young adult. The word used is used of all unmarried men. Yeah, it's Naharain. And Naharin are just young men. That's all they are. It could be anywhere from early teens to young adults. So, Okay. So that covers that question, I think. So the next one we hear is from TBD 6-year-old for $2, who asks always the most difficult questions. Because they're profound. Yeah, they're profound. And that's what makes them really, really difficult. But thank you very much for the super chat. We appreciate it. And the question is, how come God never helps me when I ask for help? Well, this is the mystery of God's hiddenness. We don't always recognize when God's helping us. Sometimes he does, because it's for our good for him to help us. Sometimes he doesn't help us because it's also in our good for him to help us. Let me tell you a story about a certain somebody who had a failing business in Nevada. Okay? And that certain somebody prayed for help to fix his failing business. Well, help never came. Okay? But what did come was a job in Wisconsin. And from that job, he got connected with a certain seminary and became a certain Egyptologist, helping, basically, talking to you today. Okay? Now, if God had saved my failing business, yeah, I would have never moved to Chicago. I would have never gone to seminary. I would have never studied under Kenneth Kitchen, and I wouldn't be talking to you here on YouTube today. So, you don't always know why God doesn't help you. Sometimes, yeah. And Japos Conrapes, and here we are. Thank you, failed business. Yeah. Sometimes it's a blessing. You don't know it's a blessing at the time. But, it can be. God sometimes doesn't help you because it's better that he doesn't help you. Yeah, so God's working through old things for those who love him. So if you're right with God, God's going to be there. I mean, sometimes God does send someone right up onto your doorstep, and you don't know you need it, and God provides. When BC, could it be? Is it David? Could be. Possibly. But here's the thing, too. And Japos Conrafe says, my life has been changed tremendously because of this channel, so praise the Lord. Well, yeah. And it began with failure. Failure to succeed at a business. And you just don't know. But then again, I've also seen God, when we were like the first 3 months of my PhD, had no money. We had just enough money to buy a little bit of cooking bacon, and that was it. But we discovered that, there was a park nearby. We prayed for provision because we had to go 3 months without money. We had enough money for rent, enough money for tuition. That's it. Not a dime more. Well, behind our condominium was a park with wild blackberries and stinging nettles. And we learned how to giant dandelions too. So we ate a lot of dandelion greens and stinging nettles and blackberries. But one day, our next door neighbor dropped by, and he had this huge flat of mushrooms. He goes, "Hey, I was just at the farmer's market, and I picked up this flat of mushrooms for a song. I can't eat them all. You want them?" Oh yeah. Answer to prayer. answer to prayer. So God does provide. God sometimes provides in very direct ways, but sometimes he provides in indirect ways. Sometimes when you ask for help, he gives you a direct answer. Sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he doesn't provide the help because it's better for you in the long run. You just don't know, but it takes time to see it. And I'll say this. When you're in the circumstance of needing help, you pray to God, and God doesn't seem to answer, it's really difficult to understand. It's really difficult to understand when you're in that situation. But give it time. Give it time, and then you'll see God work. That's what I think is the big sort of takeaway from this, is that, yeah, you don't have enough time here as a 6-year-old. Okay? You don't have enough time as a 6-year-old to yet appreciate this. Give it time. Okay? You will understand eventually. Okay? So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right, next question here is from CPU one for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Why was God mad at Balaam, as he did listen to God's second command to go with? Numbers 22 verses 20 to 22. Okay. Flip our Bible here. Go to Numbers. Verse 22. Okay. Now, there's a catch here. There's a catch here, and we'll get to that in a moment. We'll read it from the beginning here, because I think the narrative again explains a lot of this. Verse 1. Then the sons of Israel journeyed and camped in the plains of Moab beyond the Jordan opposite Jericho. Now Balak, son of Zippor, saw all that the Israel had done to the Amorites. So Moab was in great fear because of the people, for they were so numerous, and Moab was in dread of the sons of Israel. And Moab said to the elders of Midian, now this horde will lick up all that is around us, as the ox licks up the grass of the field. And Balak, son of Zippor, was king of Moab at the time. So he sent messengers to Balaam, son of Beor, at Pethor, which is near the river, in the land of the sons of his people, to call him, saying, behold, a people came out of Egypt, and behold, they cover the surface of the land, they are living opposite me. Now, therefore, please come and curse this people for me, since they are too mighty for me. Perhaps I may be able to defeat them and drive them out of the land, for I know that he whom you bless is blessed, and he whom you cursed is cursed. Okay, so Balaam here is a prophet for hire. He's a prophet for hire. He basically curses and blesses people for money. That's what he does. Verse 7. So the elders of Moab and the elders of Midian departed with the fees for the divination in their hand, and they came to Balaam and repeated Balak's words to him. Okay, so they got money in hand. And he said, spend the night here, and I will bring back word to you as the Lord may speak to me. And the leaders of Moab stayed with Balaam. Then God came to Balaam and said, who are these men with you? And Balaam said to God, Balak, son of Zippor, king of Moab, has sent word to me. Behold, there's a people who came out of Egypt, and they cover the surface of the land, and now curse them for me. Perhaps I may be able to fight against them and drive them out. And God said to Balaam, do not go with them. You shall not curse the people, for they are blessed. All right. Now, what's this importance about going out with them? If you want your team to win a battle, you have the prophet there, essentially. He's the good luck charm. The God won't allow his prophet to come to harm. So you have team prophet and team the other guys. Okay? And whoever has team prophet is going to win because the God's going to protect the prophet and his team, essentially. So that's what you have going on there. So he's first told, don't go with them. Verse 13. So Balaam arose in the morning and said to Balak's leaders, go back to your land, for the Lord has refused to let me go with you. So basically he's saying, yeah, the Lord's not letting me do this thing. He's not letting me join your team. Verse 15. Then Balak sent leaders more numerous and more distinguished than the former. And they came to Balaam and they said to him, thus says Balaam, Balak son of Zippor, let nothing, I beg you, hinder you from coming to me. For I will indeed honor you richly, and I will do whatever you say to me. Please come and curse this people for me. And Balaam answered and said to the servants of Balak, though Balak were to give me his house full of silver and gold, I could not do anything either small or great, contrary to the command of the Lord my God. Now, that's not so true, but because he will do things that's contrary, but he's basically saying he can't prophetically curse them. He can make the request, but the God doesn't have to listen to him. Now, this is one of the things we have to kind of understand about ancient Near Eastern ideas of godhood, too. Okay? One of the things you kind of have to understand is most prophets in this day, in the late Bronze Age, had idols. Okay? So it wasn't just that the prophet was speaking on behalf of a god, but a prophet also had a god under blackmail. And the way this worked, especially in Levantine religion, is you had an idol of a god, you trapped the god in the idol, and then you blackmail the god in the idol. It doesn't seem like a very smart move to me, but this is what they did. Okay? So what they would do is then the prophet would then communicate with the idol, because I got you trapped in this idol, and now you're going to do what I tell you to do, because I got you trapped. Of course, this is kind of the flip side of what the Egyptians would do. Okay, the Egyptians wouldn't do this. Egyptian idolatry was different, but Levantine idolatry was more like this, where I got you in an idol, I'm going to blackmail you now, and you're going to do what I want. So it was totally normal to expect a prophet with a trapped god to be able to curse. Because Balak could supposedly blackmail the Lord into cursing. Yeah, Ryan. Blackmail God, good luck with that. Yeah. But that's how they thought. That's what they believed. Yeah. Yeah. But again, this is another inversion. Here's the expectation Balak has that Balaam's going to be able to blackmail the Lord and curse the Israelites. And this doesn't work. Darkblade says, if idolatry involved blackmail of the god, what is the or else component? Ooh, nice that you should ask. Here's the thing that here's the or else component. You could take a chip out of the idol, chop off his hands, chop off his feet, and this would wound the spirit of the idol of the god. So you deprive it of food, You can deprive it of drink. You can put a little fire under it. Yeah, so there is an or else component to this. Ancient voodoo doll. In a sense, yeah. Yeah, it's a very much an ancient voodoo doll for a god. That's what it is. Mama, if you don't do what I want, no more bedtime tuckies. Yeah, no bedtime stories for you, man. Jack Ray says, that doesn't sound like a god that would have much power. Yeah. Well, they had a very, very small idea of God. Okay? In the late Bronze Age, everyone thought, across the board, I mean, this is not just the Levantines, almost everybody believed this, that a god could only be in one place at one time. It's called localism. Everybody believed this back then. It was a universal belief across the Bronze Age. So gods were limited in time and space. They could only be in one place at one time. They could only be in one area. They had limited control over things and limited spheres of influence. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. When you travel, you could switch gods because, you know, now you're in a new area where different gods in control. Yeah. Everybody believed this back then. This was not abnormal. Just like everyone believed that you could blackmail a god. Okay? So this is what Balak thinks is happening here. And he's not in the exception here. Balak is the rule for how people believed prophets worked. Okay? So, again, not the exception, the rule. Okay. So, no. It doesn't quite work that way. Ryan asks, could you kill a god by destroying the idol? No, you couldn't kill a god, but you could maim it severely. So it wasn't a matter of that destroying the idol didn't kill it, but you could maim it. So this is why you'll sometimes find vandalized idols. Like idols where their nose is chopped off. You can maim an idol. And you can maim the god inside the idol by maiming the idol, physical idol. But you couldn't kill it. Mama says, I would have thought that would set it free. It does set it free, but it sets it free at the cost of maiming. Okay? So it's one of those things where it's kind of yes and no. So you can't kill the god by destroying the idol. You can free the god by destroying the idol, but you can also maim it by destroying the idol. So, there you go. Okay. Hey, Bonbon, how's it going? All right, so get back to the question here, which is, so we're at verse 19. And so Balak says in verse 18, Balaam says, sorry, Balak, were I to give you a house, or give me a house full of gold and silver, I could not do anything, either small or great, contrary to the command of the Lord my God. Which means I tried blackmail and I couldn't get it to work. Verse 19, and now please, you also stay here tonight, and I will find out what else the Lord will speak to me. So Balaam's going, yeah, okay, the Lord's not cooperating here. I can't blackmail him to curse, so we're gonna have to try something else. See what else becomes. Then verse 20. And the Lord came to Balaam that night and said to him, if the men have come to call you, rise up and go with them. Okay, there's a conditional here. If men have come to call you. Rise up, go with them. But only the word which I speak you shall do. So there's a lot of conditions here. So if they call, rise up and go with them, but only the word which I speak to you. Now, verse 21. So Balaam arose in the morning, saddled his donkey, and went with the leaders of Moab. Did they call him? Well, the first time, yes. There's nothing in here that says that he was called. So what's happening here is Balaam is taking the initiative to go with the people of Balak, even when he wasn't called to do so. So he's skirting the line, really skirting this. So he's overstepping his authority here. So that's what's going on there. That's why he's mad. Okay? Okay, so, and verse 22. But God was angry because he was going. He was going without being called. He's volunteering to go. That's why he's angry. Because Balaam is told, only go if you're called, and then you do what I tell you to do. Oh, I'm gonna go! It's not what I said! Not what it said! Yeah. So that's why God's angry, and that's why we have what we have here. All right? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, next one here. Wait, where's what? $8.58. Okay, we'll take it. What about something that destroys the idol in one hit? Like if something explodes near it. Again, at that point, the god is freed but maimed, essentially. So, yeah, yeah, explosions. Yeah, explosions don't destroy something utterly. They tend to just break it up into smaller pieces. In the case that an idol's vaporized, then it's just a matter of heat exposure. Okay, so then the god's burned, but it's still alive. Very angry, really torqued. Yeah. So yeah, very much. Yeah. So that there isn't a way to kill an 11teen thought, to destroy an idol in such a way that'll kill the god inside, but it will maim it and will release it. Okay. Next one here. Take is from. Okay, that's the last one there. Okay, so I can go on to those. Next one is going to be at the top here. If we missed a couple, we apologize because of our earlier technical difficulties, but we tried. Actually, looks like we missed quite a few. Looks like we've lost quite a few because of the technical difficulties. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and I'm gonna have to cut and paste. Just a moment here because of the technical difficulties here. All right, let me see if I've got. Yeah, I lost everything. Let's see here. Maybe I got it on the other one here. Might have it. second here. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I can do it to this other one here. All right, just a second. So it's going to be, this is going to be a little crude, but we'll get this to work. All right, next super chat here. God didn't want us to answer those super chats. It's a sign. All right, Dossman gave us $2 and a happy 200. Well, thank you very much for that super chat. Okay. This is why we have a lot of redundant windows up. Next one, we have a member question here from Dossman. Will there be a stream when you are in Egypt? And how are things looking for another tour? Too early to tell. It's too early to tell, but it's not looking... Okay, I'll answer the last one first. Too early to tell, but it's not looking promising for a 2026. Okay? Unless something radically changes. Okay? The area is still too unstable. Our enrollment in this one was not great. And so it's unlikely that we'll probably do one in 2026. We might do one in 2027, but I wouldn't say that it's terribly optimistic to do another tour in the in the upcoming future. Okay, so those who are going on this tour got something really special. Now, will there be a stream when we are in Egypt? We might stream, we might not, or we might just post videos. We don't know. A lot of it's going to depend on what kind of internet we're going to have available, and we don't always know. Okay, sometimes, yeah, we get internet that's really good, really clear in Egypt, and we can do a live stream. Sometimes we don't. So it's really going to depend. It's really, really going to depend. So this is why we're not promising a live stream in Egypt, but it could happen. And if it happens, we'll just be up. And you'll get a notification, which is why it's really important to hit that subscribe and the bell notification, so you are alerted if we do a live stream like that. Okay, but it'll be spontaneous if we do it. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the member question. Really appreciate it. Okay, next one here is from Big Destiny. And he says, when people are made, is a soul generated in the body, or does God have a big bag of souls that he assigns to people upon bodies being made? Much love. That is a very interesting question, and it's one that is hotly debated. This whole idea of the origin of the soul is very, very debated. And I think there's about like 7 or 8 views on the origin of the soul. I know, for example, there's you've got creationist views, and this is not the same as young earth creationist. This is a different kind of creationist, creation of the soul. You've got the transducionist view. You've got emergent views. You've got what's it called now? There's another one too. There's a bunch of these views. Bunch of them. Like seven or 8 different views on this. So, here, this is one of those things where we don't actually have enough information to know. Okay? I've got my own particular view on this. I hold to an emergent dualist view. Okay? So that's sort of my take on this, is that but this is by no means a settled question within Christianity. Big Destiny. Oof, didn't realize this was contentious. Oh, it's very contentious. Very, very contentious. Very controversial in the realm. Okay. As I said, there's 7 views, at least 7, 8 views, and panpsychic. That was another review. Another view was panpsychic, where matter itself has consciousness. So, huge variety of views. Huge variety of views. So, you know. Oh yeah, this would make a. You know what this would make a really good is a mystery C show where we list like 10 views and give it a sock rating. Yeah, this would be a really good topic for a Mr. EC show. You know, where we give the 2-minute summary of. Oh, there's always someone who takes offense. Yeah, there's always someone who takes offense at the Mr. EC shows. Yeah, because there's always somebody out there that'll go, oh, you didn't describe every little nuance of my particular point of view here.
And you didn't mention me. 2 hours of you didn't mention me. And it ends 2 hours later with, so debate me, bro. Literally.
Yeah. Yeah, we get some guy who gets a bug up their nose that I didn't cover their 2-hour rambling view in a 2-minute summary, and then ends that whole response with "debate me, bro." It's like, yeah, really?
So you'll know what Mr. show insults.
Mama, I'm offended there's not more Mr. EC. Big Destiny, are you pre-offended, post-offended, or a-offended? Darkblade, just don't give Exodus mythicism a more favorable rating than fundamentalism this time. Actually, we took less heat for that than we did on the 10 views of hell or something like that. It's 5 views of hell.
Just like views or something?
Yeah, something like that. 5 views of hell, and it was just like they just jumped. we got so many responses to that.
You did like 7 views in.
Yeah, 7 views or something like that.
In 7 minutes.
Oh yeah, it's like really. Yeah, that was like just like you guys trying to hear yourself talk, but man, it was just. Okay, so let's get back to the super chats here. Next one here is from got here. Okay, I think we're back into the. All right, we can go here. Oops, we can't go there yet. Okay, Haystack for $4.99. Thank you for the question. And question is in above. That's where it gets cut off. Okay. And it's a long one here, so let's see here. He goes, in The Mummy, Mr. Burns had his eyes and tongue removed. That must have hurt. When he goes to shake Imhotep's hand, Imhotep pulls back, and Betty calls it a silly Eastern superstition. Was there a superstition? Not for that. That's made up for the movie. And it continues here. Was there an existing superstition like how resurrected Christ tells Mary not to hold or cling to him as he had not yet ascended to the Father. I tried to include background for reference. Yeah, there's no Eastern superstition for this, as far as I know. At least I've never heard of it. That doesn't mean they didn't find one somewhere, but I think this was just made up for the movie. So I would give this one the proverbial grain of salts here. So there's no superstition about, say, touching another person in the East. So yeah, you don't, not in that way anyway. That was a plot contrivance. So hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat, very much appreciated. And as I said, I've never heard of it. Now there are superstitions regarding feet, a lot of them. Okay, a lot of things involving feet. There's very little about shaking someone's hand. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from Micah Price for $10. Thank you for the super chat. And he goes, "Hi, Dr. Falk. Congratulations on 200. Well, thank you. On the topic of sacralizing converters, does this concept apply to coffee makers, turning profane substances into holy substances to enter our bodily temples?" Could be. Could be. Coffee. In our fetching ancient Egypt in the Bible mug, too. Okay. Deacon Bean Cooter says, "Let's hear the superstitions on feet." Oh yeah. There's a lot of things about feet. It is a way of being sexually provocative in the ancient Near East. It's a way of showing profanity. Like, for example, if you show someone the bottom of your feet, that's considered rude. Very rude. I was actually sitting in the Cairo airport. I think it was Cairo airport, waiting for my flight home. This was in 2019, and I was by myself. I was sitting on some chair on a bench, and I had my legs crossed. And this old creep with 2 wives comes and sits beside me and then complains that the bottom of my feet was pointed towards him. Okay. Okay. I mean,
I would have taken myself at that.
yeah, take my shoes and socks off at that point and show my bare soles.
But it's very rude to invade somebody else's space.
Yeah, I mean, it was rude that he came over to me and then asked me to change. Okay, that was definitely rude. But he thought it was also rude that I exposed the bottom of my feet to him. Like, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Darkblade. So technically, he's the one who sat in front of your soul. Right, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, he sat in that space. Bubble Machine. Mom, Jimmy's showing his souls again. Well, I mean,
It's different if you're both of that culture.
Yeah.
You're both sitting there and one doesn't.
Yeah.
But when the person's already sitting there.
Yeah, when the person's already sitting in that way, that's... Yeah. I mean, he could have... But I didn't want to pick a fight with a guy, too, in the middle of the Cairo airport. I mean, this is a guy who had 2 wives, so, you know... And it was Cairo, so... Yeah, if this had been Vancouver International Airport, I would have told him where to jump. But um, this was Cairo. Okay. So that's one of the things that you see with the souls of feet. Ankles too. There is a story, right? Ooh, Ryan says, are a person's souls created at the same time as the body? Yes. Yes. Mama says he had money. Oh yeah. Yeah, to support two wives in Cairo. Oh yeah, he had money. He had money. And he was going on a trip with both of them. So yeah, he had money. For a flight out of Cairo with two women, yeah, absolutely he had money. Okay. So you got to hear about one superstition regarding soles of your feet. Okay, next one here is a member question from Tom Wanchek here, who says, recently studied Psalms 1 to 41, and I see much emphasis on hoping, trusting God through difficulty. How do you see the role of hope in the Christian life? It's a good question, because I haven't really thought about it. I just more or less practice hope. It's more practice than... It's more orthopraxis than orthodoxy. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't think about it too much, because there's enough troubles in my life where I have to keep practicing hope that, hope that God wins. And that's not, and I'll say this, it's not a hope that with an uncertain outcome. That's the one thing I will say about the role of hope in the Christian life. God wins. God always wins. So the role of hope in the Christian life is assurance that God wins. Not whether or not God wins, it's we have the assurance and the guarantee that God wins. So that's how I see the role that hope plays in the Christian life. I did see a question here. Let's see this. Darkblade goes, polygamy in Egypt, the British should have gotten rid of that during their time in power. British only had a nominal control over Egypt. They didn't have as much power in Egypt as you think they have. It was basically more of a suzerain relationship than it was really an authoritarian one. Egypt was still controlled by local magistrates, even during the time of the British Mandate. The French had a lot more control when they were there. The French had an iron grip on Egypt when they were there. The French were awful, even though you never hear them talk about the French. But as far as Imama says, influence but not authority. Yeah, influence but not authority. Now, here's one thing that that they usually do here. Polygamy is on the decline in Egypt, and that's a good thing. Okay. But also marriage is on decline in Egypt too. One of the things that we're seeing in say demographic trends in Egypt right now is young people are no longer getting married in Egypt, but they're just shacking up. So in some ways, it's getting to they're sort of taking on American values here. So you don't see so much polygamy anymore. In fact, polygamy in the among modern Egyptians, young Egyptians, is very rare these days. It's very rare. In the over 40 set, you still see a lot of polygamy, but in the under 30 set, polygamy now is rare. But it's almost becoming a point where marriage is becoming rare. And the reason why is economics. It's expensive. It's gotten very, very expensive to get married in Egypt. And a lot of people have sort of given up on marriage in Egypt because they can't afford it anymore. So, yeah, Warrior of the Most High says it. Internet is the modern Roman road. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mama says the destruction of the family structure is always a harbinger of doom in culture. So, well, yeah, it is. I mean, they didn't go from, it wasn't this is not a great transition, It's not like polygamy is a lot better than shocking up here, okay? But it is where we've come. And a lot of this is, again, in the last 3 years, the Egyptian economy has taken a total bath. This is good for tourists, because when I went to Egypt the first time in 2013, things were really cheap. The conversion was strong. Things were really cheap. 2019, 2021, conversion was still strong, but things were expensive. Things got very, very expensive very fast in Egypt. Yes, rents are very cheap in Egypt. I still don't want to move there either, no. 4 years later, the Egyptian economy has gone into a complete tank. Okay? The Egyptian pound's now really weak. When the first couple times I went to the Egypt, I could convert. It was a 1 to 10 conversion. And this is based on the US dollar. Okay? So $1 US could buy me 10 Egyptian pounds. So good conversion. Today, $1 US can get you 50 Egyptian pounds. Oh yeah. You're gonna come home with change in your pocket. Yeah. I looked up the prices at there's a very good restaurant that I want to hit when we get to Luxor. And I sort of went ahead and priced out the meal out from their menu ahead of time and figured out the conversion of all that. And for a top tier lunch, top tier meal, you can get away with $10. $10 will buy you a really excellent meal there. So, Mama says, how much do you think the government has to do with marriage being so expensive? Is it cyclical worldwide issues? It's a lot of the reason is because they've had to print a lot of money. They've had to inflate their currency. And they inflated their currency to continue to buy wheat. One of the things we have to understand about the way the Egyptian economy works is it's a wheat-dependent culture. Same way, wheat has the same role in Egypt that rice has in China. No meal is complete without bread. In China, no meal is complete without rice. So, Egypt has to import a lot of wheat. And they typically got this from Ukraine and Russia. That was the major exporters of wheat to Egypt. Now, with the war going on between Ukraine and Russia, prices of wheat have skyrocketed for them. Now, you'd think this would be more expensive, but what the Egyptian government did to keep prices down was print more currency to pay for that wheat. Okay, so sooner or later they're going to hit an economic wall here. Yeah, Mama says, and the Ukrainian wheat being locked up lately. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is not good. This is not going to be good. And frankly, if the U.S. State Department has its way and forces Ukraine to lose this war, Russia will be the sole exporter of wheat to about a dozen countries in Africa. So there's a lot more on the line here than just minerals. You know, mineral wealth is only just the tip of the iceberg on this thing. Yep. I see the question. I'll take the question. Dark Lake asks, in antiquity, Egypt was doing more producing its own wheat. What happened? Population growth. Population growth. Egypt had a population in 1 century. Egypt went from a population of 40 million to 105 million. That's a doubling of the population in 100 years. Okay? It is really, and they're thinking that in the next 100 years, Egypt's going to have 300 million people. Okay? So, Egypt is just, their population's just boomed. Boomed. And again, it's not so much in the cities, although the cities are growing very fast. The rural populations are also growing incredibly quickly. So here's what's happened is their population has exceeded their ability to produce food. So they're no longer a net exporter of wheat. Now, they are a net exporter of other items. They are a net exporter of cotton, because that's a cash crop. They're a net exporter of bananas, because again, this is a cash crop. They can get a lot of money for this. Okay? So there's some things that they still net export. They still net export, believe it or not, green onions. They're one of the largest producers of green onions in the world. Why green onions? They're easy to get multiple crops. No, they don't produce saffron. They're an importer of saffron. They're a net exporter of cumin. Cumin they export. Banana bread. Yes. Yep, bread. Yeah. So, yeah, Mama says, America used to grow a lot more wheat. They did, yeah. And now America imports a lot of their wheat from Canada. But in Egypt, at least until a couple weeks ago, yeah. Dossman, bread is great. Well, in Egypt, you have every meal with bread. Your breakfast is essentially flatbread with this bean paste called fool. Okay? That's your breakfast. Your lunch is a hot tangine served with bread. Your dinner is maybe a roasted meat of some kind with bread. Okay? Everything is with bread. So you better like flatbread if you live in Egypt. Just say it. But that's what's happened, is that the demand for bread, and not just the demand for bread, but the demand for bread at a certain price. This is how the Sisi regime stays in power. By keeping the price of bread low. but they have to do it with the understanding that they have to inflate the currency. Which, again, great for tourists, not so good for the average Egyptian. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for that interesting question. Very interesting. All right, next super chat here is Big Destiny. Deny it, flee from it, the foodie portion arrives all the same. Hey, read the Bible too. It always talks about bread. Lots. A lot of food mentioned in the Bible.
Have all these different
Yeah. Christ says, I am the bread of life. Ancient Egypt and the Bible and food. Hey, food is important. Wars have been fought over food. Biblical wars. That whole Philistine Israelite war was over food. It was over that land in the Shephelah. And that was good agricultural land. It was an agricultural war. And that's one of the things a lot of people don't understand about the Philistine Israelite war is it was an agricultural war. It was a war over food. Gossman says, "I'll fight over the rice and the chili." Yeah, no rice and chili. And let's not start about the great hot dog schism, okay? We're not going to replay that one. Mama, Samson really stepped in it with those 300 foxes. But yeah, that's part. He was doing agricultural terrorism and some animal cruelty. Jack Ray hot dog sandwich. Yeah, that's the schism. That's the schism. Also, pineapple on the pizza. We won't go there either. Okay, next one here is from Tom Wanchek for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. How would you translate the word hesed? Okay, it's often translated as wisdom, but it can also it's a kind of wisdom. It's one of the best ways to translate it is actually craft or skill. Okay, so somebody who has hesed is skilled, crafty, practical wisdom. It's practical wisdom. Like, for example, a computer programmer can be said to have hesed. So, I think it's a perfectly reasonable way to translate it. Knowledgeable, crafty, wise. So that would be the range of meanings for hesed. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Tom Wanchek for $2. Thank you again for the super chat. He says, "Your work brought the Old Testament to life for me. Thank you." Well, you're so welcome. That's why we do this, to bring the Old Testament to life, to get you familiar with the context of the Bible, and to get you back into the Bible, reading it, and seeing it as something interesting. Because it's fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Okay, so, glad you love the channel. We're so glad it's enriched you and that you've learned something. So, and thank you very much for the super chat. Michael Price for $5. Thank you for the super chat. How should I best talk someone out of Wyattism? Ooh. When I mentioned the chariot wheels being fake as one example, the defenses go up immediately, and they do. And so do some other things too. You'll get diversions. You'll get people say, well, you know, four spoke chariot wheels were common in that time. It's like, that's not the part of that wheel that's fake. So you'll get people like red herring you on this. But you'll also get the objection. Well, you haven't been there. How do you know? Did you visit your site yourself? Like, you couldn't tell it's fake just from the picture? Yeah. Yeah. Mama said, people love them chariot wheels. Sigh. Yeah, they do. Boy, I mean, I have never seen a faker chariot wheel in my life. I mean, it's so bad. It's so bad. It looks like it came out of a budget Sunday school play. Oh, summer school. Yeah, church summer school programs.
Yeah.
Bible vacation Bible school.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look like the props you find in vacation Bible schools. It's like, yeah, I mean his chair wheels look like this. His Ark of the Covenant looks like a prop from a vacation Bible school. It's VBS. Yep, good old VBSs. Yeah. But here's the thing. You're not going to be able to talk somebody out of Wyattism because it's a cult mentality. Some people legitimately don't know. Some people legitimately don't know that Wyatt was a con man, a false prophet, and a fraud. Okay? They don't know this. They don't know his history. Okay? TBD says, Ron Wyatt was a heretic, though. He didn't believe Christ was fully human, only 23 chromosomes. That's half of it. The other half of it is that Ron Wyatt also believed that salvation is through keeping of the 10 Commandments. He was a Judaizer. So, yeah, there's more than one reason he was a heretic. He was also a false prophet, too, because he inserted end-time prophecies into the book of Revelation, where he was adding to the book. And that's instant false prophet status right there. Jack Ray, Judaizer, did he go ahead and chop it all off? He should have. He should have. Okay, so just understand that. Dark Blade, I'm glad Ron Wyatt is catching on. But here's going to be the principal problem when you're dealing with someone who believes in essentially a conspiracy theory. Okay? Most people who follow the cult of Ron Wyatt are essentially doing a kind of conspiracy theory. They have been sort of raised up on the narrative that archaeologists are nothing but evil atheists. They're jealous of Ron Wyatt. They're evil atheists. They're trying to suppress the truth and unrighteousness. And they hate the Bible. Now, the irony of this is that most of what Ron Wyatt said contradicts the Bible. But a lot of these people haven't read the Bible. Yeah, if they actually read the Bible and understood the Bible, they would probably know that Ron Wyatt is not the real deal. Oh yeah, it is totally a cult. Because one of the things they'll tell you too is that if you, and I've been told this many times by Ron Wyatt supporters, that by bad-mouthing the prophet, that I will face my judgment in hell. That I will be judged in hell for questioning the word of the prophet Ron Wyatt. I have been told this. Yeah.
It requires
Just Oh, oh, yuck. Um, yeah. Dossman says, yes, it's like forbidden knowledge to some as well. Makes them feel higher than others. Yeah, in some cases, yeah, that's true. Some people do get a superiority complex over the fact that they've got all this knowledge from Ron Wyatt. Yeah, it's not great. Not great. So, here, the best thing you can do here is try to get them to discover for themselves. So here's how I would approach a Ron Wyatt up on a personal level. Okay. Now I can't do this as a internet talking head, but if I was to do so on a personal level, I would ask questions that sort of drove them to think about this. It's like, okay, sure, great. Well, what if the Bible says it's on the tar pit side of the Jordan? How can Ron Wyatt's Sodom and Gomorrah be right? Okay, if Noah just made one ark and float out there, how can we find lots of boat shapes up in the Deripinar site? How do you explain this? Did Noah have a fleet? So there's ways to do this where you start challenging them to think about what they're doing. And then as you do that, you also provide alternatives as well. Okay? So now you can't do anything like this for, say, we don't have an alternative for, say, a site for, say, Noah's Ark or Sodom and Gomorrah that's viable. But we do have one for his Jebel al-Lawz. There are alternate sites for Jebel al-Lawz. Wyatt's idea of the Zoser pyramid being Joseph's creation, and those pit tombs being grain silos. I mean, that was 1,000 years before Joseph, so you can really sort of, debunk that one easily, and then you can provide proper alternatives for that. But yeah, it's going to come down to you, testing their biblical knowledge, basically saying, okay, how these sites are not consistent with the Bible, and then trying to draw that out of them. And it's not easy. Not easy. You're dealing here with a cult mindset, and you have to go into that knowing you're dealing with a cult mindset, basically a conspiracy theorist mindset. So there isn't your chances here are not good. Okay? But do it all in prayer. Do it all in prayer. Go to the Lord in prayer if you do this, and sometimes you're going to have to be confrontational with them, but try to minimize that. Okay? Try to do it in love. Okay? Now, there are some times when it is still appropriate to throw out the law here. Okay? I mean, present the law to them, and it's like, okay, yeah, you claim that Ron Wyatt is not equal to God, then why are you putting his word as equal to God? Isn't that blasphemy? Yeah. Yeah, why do people go to hell if they don't believe Ron Wyatt? Is that not a form of blasphemy? And then it's upon them to justify why Ron Wyatt is this prophet sent by God. Yeah, I'll agree with Mama here. And be patient. Deprogramming takes time. A lot of time. A lot of time. So, pray for them, but understand that you might not be able to get through to them either. Okay? Okay. I was a fabulous storyteller, and that was half the problem. That was all the problem. It was the best story winning instead of the truth winning. Okay. Next super chat here is from AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. And he says, almost time. Yep. He's 5 hours before the live stream here, or 3 hours before the live stream. AT Ministries for $1.99. Still not ready. Okay. And then we got one from Big Destiny here. Okay. And he asks, can you explain 2 Corinthians 6:3? Is this a recommendation to ministers or a command of how all Christians should live? Much love. Okay, thank you very much for the super chat. Let's take a look at the text. Hey, 1 Corinthians, or 2 Corinthians, sorry, 2 Corinthians. 2 Corinthians 6. We'll start at verse 1 here. And working together with him, we also urge you not to receive the grace of God in vain. Yeah, basically, don't accept God's grace and continue sinning gratuitously. That's probably a good idea. Verse 2, for he says, quote, at the acceptable time I listened to you, and on the day of salvation I helped you. Behold, now is the acceptable time. Behold, now is the day of salvation. Giving no cause for offense in anything, in order that the ministry may not be discredited, but in everything commending yourselves as servants of God, in much endurance, in afflictions, in hardships, in distresses, in beatings, in imprisonments, in tumults, in labors. Tumults. Interesting word. Conflicts. In labors, in sleepiness, in hunger, in purity, in knowledge, in patience, in kindness, in the Holy Spirit, in genuine love, in the word of truth, in the power of God, by the weapons of righteousness, by the right hand and the left, by glory and dishonor, by evil report and good report, regarded as deceivers and yet true. Okay. There's a lot there. Okay. Now, on one hand, it is specific in that it centers around those who have a ministry. But on the other hand, everyone has a ministry. So yeah, it's a command for how all Christians should live, as well as ministers. Okay, so it's both. And it's because we all are called to the Great Commission. Okay? Everyone is called to the Great Commission. Absolutely everyone. It's go and, Christ says to his disciples. And if you're a Christian, you're a disciple. Supposedly a disciplined follower. That's what a disciple is. And it's go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, teaching them everything that I have taught you. Okay. So, in this particular case, we are told in verse 3 to give no offense in anything, in order that the ministry may not be discredited. Okay. Now, this term offense, and what the meaning of this word offense, which is proscope, is this idea of providing a stumbling block. A stumbling block. This is not offending you, somebody who's by telling them the truth. It's not that. It's not saying something offensive that's just like a naughty word. It's not that. It's doing a behavior that provides and that shows an inconsistency between what you believe, what you say you believe, and what you do. Okay? So, and we can see this from the context here. Okay? So, basically, the verses 1 to 2 is basically saying, now is the day to live out your salvation. Okay? So that very first verse here, we urge you also not to receive the grace of God in vain. This in vain, in emptiness. Okay? So do not receive the grace of God in emptiness. This idea that you would just receive God's grace and then not live the faith. And unfortunately, a lot of people do this, is they will receive God's grace, but then live life as if they're pagans. Okay? They're not living the Christian life. So then you get to verse 2 here. Now's the time to live out your salvation. At the acceptable time, I listened to you, verse 2, and the day of salvation, I helped you. So that's what it's driving at here. Verses 1 and 2 is driving at, yeah, don't just become a Christian because it's a status thing. Don't just do it because you make business contacts and have an instant network to make more money. You know, it's not Simon, no. It's a call to faith. It's a call to repentance. Okay? So when you get to verse 3, giving no cause for stumbling in anything. This is a call to live a consistent Christian life. And again, it's not to cause the idea here in verse 3 is not that you shouldn't say anything offensive. It's not that. It's to not give offense by behaving inconsistently with the Christian faith. That's what it's a call to. And this applies to everyone, because everyone ultimately has a ministry. Okay? Whether you're ministering to your children. I mean, there was one family I counseled. Oh boy. Oh boy. The daughter had gotten pregnant twice. Okay? Out of wedlock. And the parents were upset. Well, then you find out dad is a porn addict. Wonder how this happened. Okay. So it's just like, yeah, okay, Dad, you weren't a good minister to your daughter. We're all ministers in some respect. We have all people we influence. Whether it's those who you go to school with, who know you're a Christian, whether it's those you work with, whether you have a pulpit ministry or an academic ministry, everyone's gonna minister to someone. If you're a deacon, you are definitely a minister. Not a minister maybe that teaches, but you're a minister that serves. That's what ministry is service. Okay? Ministry is just service. That's all it is. It's service in mind with the gospel. In the mind of the church. Okay? So, Andrew Graham, does that include people who refuse to go to church? Yes, if they're Christians. Because Christians that don't go to church still have a ministry, even if they refuse. Now, it doesn't apply if you're not a Christian. Obviously. If you're not a Christian, this doesn't apply to you. But if you are a Christian, yes, this still applies to you. Because, well, yeah, I mean, here's the thing. If you refuse to go to church too, that could be a stumbling block. That could be a stumbling block. Because you're saying that the Christian faith is important. This is one of the reasons why I get so on the case. Okay, I'm going to rant. I can feel a rant coming on. Definitely going to rant. I'm going to rant here about apologists that never go to church. OMB. Apologists that never go to church are living an inconsistent life. Okay? They're living an inconsistent life. They're saying that the Christian faith is what we should believe, but they don't believe it enough to go to church themselves. Christian life is a life in communion. I don't mean communion as in the Lord's Supper. I mean in communion, in brotherhood with other people of the faith.
And if you
Yeah, and if you're teaching, you better be under spiritual authority. You better be.
Most pastors are part.
Yeah.
And they answer.
If you're not answerable to spiritual authority, you have no business teaching the Bible. No business doing it. Okay? If you're an apologist and you don't go to church, and I've met too many of these guys. I've met too many apologists that don't go to church. They're throwing, they might have perfect orthodoxy, but they're completely rubbishing the orthopraxis. And it ticks me off. It ticks me off because they are providing a stumbling block. They are providing a stumbling block by living a life that is inconsistent with the faith. That's why on our Discord server, I have a church attendance, and I let people know when I go to church. So people know I go to church. Because it's absolutely essential that our leaders in the Christian faith go to church. Now, I'm not telling you which church to go to. We're very non-denominational on this channel. But if you are an apologist and you are championing Christian faith, you better live it. Okay. I think that's the end of that rant. Deacon Bean Cooter says, stop it. Today I read that 70% of American pastors admitted to looking at prawn this week. So please get off the church deal. The world is full of horrible pastors.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
All the good Christians in church and ask them questions and hold them accountable.
And 50% of male churchgoers admit this too. Now, I once preached from the pulpit that 50% of men in the church view prawn. So that means a quarter of this church has a prawn problem. Oh boy, did I catch it for that. They were not happy with me. They were not happy. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, it's, but I think here's the thing. When you have a public ministry, now we can all understand that there are private sins. Sins that people keep private, that never get exposed, and they struggle with that. And this is not to say that there aren't people that don't struggle with this, okay? But here's the problem. There is a difference, I think, between those, say, apologists that maybe, apologists and pastors that maybe watch prawn versus ones that don't go to church. Okay? If you don't go to church, that's public. Okay? Very few apologists are going to say, "Hi, I'm Mr. Apologist. I watch prawn." No, you're not going to find that. You will find apologists that go, "Hi, I'm Mr. Apologist. I don't go to church." That's a problem. That's a huge problem. Because now they've made it public. And now they've presented with a public stumbling block. That's bad. That's really bad. It's saying, I trust this faith enough for salvation, but not enough for my sanctification. What? Huh? You're not going to trust communion with the saints enough for your sanctification. Because iron sharpens iron. This is in Hebrews. But you're going to trust it enough for your salvation. There's an issue there. There's an issue. Darkblade asks, do you think not going to church is a flex or something? No. No, I don't think it's a flex. I've never seen any sort of apologist that was proud of not going to church. But I have seen them say that they don't like the authority of it. So I think this is a way of avoiding. It's a pride issue. It's not a flex. It's a pride issue, but it's a pride issue to avoid accountability. Yeah. So they think that their either their teaching is too ethereal or is too high for pastors to understand, which in some cases might be true, but then that's a church selection problem, not a.
And the advice to those is honored.
Yeah.
We have to, but
Well, here's the thing.
until you find
Yeah. Here's the thing that I think is really, really important. And many pastors, this is something that happens when a lot of pastors get their seminary degrees. A lot of pastors, when they get their seminary degrees and don't find a pulpit, okay, they end up dropping out of the church. And they drop out of the church and they basically say, well, I know more than the pastor in the pulpit. Why should I go to church? That's the wrong question. That's the wrong question. The question then is, even if the pastor knows less than you do, you are still supposed to sit under the teaching of the word. There's a great scene in Band of Brothers, and if you've watched that miniseries, you'll know this scene where Captain Sobel walks by Major Winters and refuses to salute. Okay? And Major Winters says to Captain Sobel, you don't salute the man, you salute the rank. When you go to church, you're not sitting under the teaching of a man. You're sitting under the teaching of the Word. It's the Word of God through the Holy Spirit that teaches and keeps you in the faith. It's the wrong thing. So it doesn't matter how much you know. You are always compelled to be under the teaching of the Word. Because we're not under the teaching of a man, but the teaching of the Word. Okay? So just like in the military, you don't salute the man, you salute the rank. You go to church to be under the teaching of the Word, not the man. Yeah. So, Scott Worthen says, I salute the uniform, not the man, is a common adage among the enlistees. Yeah. You salute the uniform. You salute the rank. Just like you're under the teaching of the Word, not the man. Okay? So it becomes an authority issue. This is an issue of authority at that point. So apologists that ditch the church, they don't understand that they're not, that they, when they attend church and are in communion with other believers, they are under the authority of the Word, not the man. So, yeah, So this is why I have such an issue with apologists that don't go to church. They don't understand their source of authority. The source of authority is not a man. It never has been. By rejecting the church, they're rejecting the word and the authority of the word. So, yeah. That's why I have such an issue with apologists that don't go to church, because they've rejected the authority of the word. Okay. Well, with that said, let's move on to the next super chat here. Okay, the next super chat here is from Andrew Guler for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Great to see you here. There's the idea in some fantasy literature that if you stop worshiping the gods, they cease to exist. The ancients also believe that? No, actually they didn't. That's kind of an interesting thing. If you stop worshiping the gods in ancient societies, they didn't cease to exist. But other things did happen to them. They might go hungry because no one's giving them offerings. They might go thirsty because no one's giving them libations. They would become very weak. They wouldn't cease to exist. Some of them might grow old and senile. Okay? Yes, there are examples in ancient Near Eastern literature of gods going old and senile. Okay? So they wouldn't cease to exist, but they would lose their power. So that's more of what the ancients believe. So they didn't die. Gods generally didn't die. There were some that did die. Or could be killed. But killing a god was a very different thing in the ancient Near East than, say, like one god could kill another god. That could be done. Okay? But that didn't cause those gods to cease to exist. It caused those gods to move on to another plane of existence. Like, for example, when the god Seth kills Osiris. Osiris is dead, but he moves on to another plane of existence, which is the underworld. So, Warrior the Most High asks, starve and become demons? No, generally they didn't. Gods would not... demons were sort of a rank of spirit critter. They're a kind of spirit critter, a rank of spirit critter, more than they are of a god. Could not be diminished to become a demon, because that would be a diminishment of their innate rank. So think of demons more like, if we stretch a military metaphor here, think of demons more like sergeants. Okay, they're sergeants, you know, whereas your higher deities might be colonels. Okay, a colonel, derived of his status, is still a colonel. Okay, and a demon is still a sergeant. Okay, but in the ancient Near Eastern sort of myth, a god deprived of his offerings and his libations and his worship would be like a colonel who loses his army. Okay? Still a colonel, but an ineffective colonel. Okay? So that's kind of more what's going on there. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next super chat here from Andrew Guler, again for $20. Thank you very much for your generous support with that super chat. And he asks, how did ancient priests in Egypt reconcile competing religions? They didn't. Okay. For example, did they think that the Egyptian sun god had to negotiate with the Greek sun god, for which they bring up the sun that day? Okay. Now, the way that Egyptians reconciled foreign religions is different than how they reconciled domestic religions. Okay. So in the case of foreign religions, they would just do a one-to-one comparison. Like, for example, when Baal was brought into Egypt, they just said, oh, Baal's a storm god, Sutek's a storm god. They're the same god. Seth and Baal are the same thing. Okay? In the case of the Egyptian sun god, Amun-Re, and the Greek sun god, Apollo, they just compared the two. They said, oh, yeah, look at the two. They're very, very similar. You know, Re is a sun god. Apollo is a sun god. Same god. They also did the same thing with Zeus. Okay? So when they looked at Zeus, they go, oh, Zeus, king of the gods. Oh, Amun-Re, king of the gods. Same god. So you would get sometimes this kind of idea that, say, Amun-Re being a composite god would be both Apollo and Zeus. So they would reconcile it that way. Okay? But Egyptians, a domestic religion, wasn't easily reconciled like that. Like, you had more than one sun god running around. You got a lot of them. So you had Re, you had Amun-Re, Atum-Re, the Aten. So, you know, domestic religions were not reconciled in that way. And frankly, because of localism, they even had, say, Amun-Re of Karnak was a different god than Amun-Re of Medina Habu. And they knew that Amun-Re could be only in one place at a time. But they had to... It was very difficult for the Egyptians to, because they believed in localism, to try to reconcile, where is Amun-Re? Is he in Karnak? Is he in Medina Habu? Is he at Heliopolis? Now, post-Amarna, where you start getting the idea of manifestations of gods, they're going to reconcile this a different way, saying that it's one god with many manifestations. Okay, Keperu is what the Egyptians would call it. So you would get one Keperu at Medina Habu, one Keperu at Heliopolis, one Keper at Karnak. Okay. And then they just task switch. Okay. So it becomes very modalistic. Bonbon. Keperu? Yeah, Keperu is the idea of manifestation. Or how do I say this? A piece of a god. Okay? A piece of his essence. Okay. So they would a god after the Amarna period could be able to spin off a piece of his essence and manifest them in multiple places. So that's ultimately how they and a single piece would be called a keper. And it's shown by this scarab beetle. But scarab beetle is an essence, is a keper. So keperu is the plural of keper. Okay. Bama says, so it's only a partial manifestation, not complete presence. Correct. Yeah, that's how they're going to reconcile it in the 19th dynasty. In the 19th dynasty, this is how it's going to be reconciled. And it's going to be actually in the late 19th dynasty, where you start getting this Keperu theology. And you see this in the Leiden papyri, where you find this. Scott Warthen, is Hassat a manifestation of Hathor? No. Hassat is not a manifestation of Hathor. Hassat is a unique deity. She has her own trajectory and line. They're not the same. Okay, they're different. But again, in Egyptian religion, there's like dozens and dozens and dozens of cow deities. So lots and lots of cow deities running around the landscape. Vish asks, does the Old Testament use the same Keperu concept like the angel of the Lord? No, it doesn't. In the case of the angel of the Lord, you have the full manifestation there. And it doesn't task switch. It's not a modalist kind of deal. Sarah Kepler says, strange for them during the whole Aten period. Well, it isn't. If you think about the way Aten works, it's not strange. But you can't think of Aten as a monotheism. Because it's not a monotheism, it's a pantheism. Okay? Everything's Aten. Okay? And you see this in the hymns of the Aten. All is Aten. You're Aten. I'm Aten. This microphone's Aten. My guitar is Aten. The sun is Aten. Everything is Aten. All is Aten. So every god is a manifestation of Aten. Every animal is a manifestation of Aten. Every human is a manifestation of Aten. All is Aten. So if once you understand that about Atenism, it makes sense. Jack Ray, Aten have come up with something better? Could be. Could be. Big Destiny, Atenology. It's first grade SpongeBob. I haven't watched enough SpongeBob to really get a handle on that whole thing. But yeah, I think the principal mistake people make when dealing with Atenism is assuming, like Cyril Aldred did in the 19th century, that it's monotheist. And it's not. The problem here is that when Cyril Aldred did his work on Atenism, he was dealing with 19th century categories, religious categories. And those categories in the 19th century were really just monotheism and polytheism. That's the only categories they had in the 19th century for this. Atheism too, but that was the limit of categories in religious studies in the 19th century. So Aldred just categorized Atenism as a monotheistic religion without understanding the nuance that you have with, say, other forms of worship like henotheism, pantheism, panentheism. You know, we have to understand that these are categories that are rather late in to come to the party when describing religions. But unfortunately, because Aldred categorically said that Atenism was monotheism, a lot of people just carried that on. Yeah. Warrior of the Most High asks a follow-up question here that I think is kind of interesting. How was polygamy or bigamy viewed in ancient Egyptian society? Did their view change between early and late periods? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It was taboo. Polygamy was not accepted in Egyptian society. You could only have one wife at one time, unless you were the king. King's different. King's special.
King was not happy.
Yeah, the king's special. Everybody else had to abide by the one wife at a time rule. Okay? And everybody, even the crown prince of Egypt, couldn't have more than one wife until he became king. This is how sort of strictly enforced it was. Now, you could rotate out of marriages. That you could do. You could divorce somebody at the drop of a hat and marry instantly. Yes, repeating "I divorce you" 3 times, essentially. That's all it took to do a divorce back then. Okay, so polygamy was not accepted in ancient Egyptian society. Now, there were times when, say, concubines were used, but they were not considered to be wives, not until they produced the first child. Once the concubine produced the first child, it was expected to divorce the wife and marry the concubine. Okay. Oh, Sarah and Hagar? Yeah. Yeah. Bonbon asks, did the Egyptians believe their gods died forever and disappeared? No. Weak? Yes. Ineffective? Yes. Senile? Yes. Died? No. And not disappeared. They did not believe their gods disappeared. There were some that did die, but they would go to the afterlife. Okay, so they didn't. You couldn't die once you entered into the afterlife, into the duat. So once you're in the duat, you're sort of in the clear. There's nothing more than anybody can do to you. So hope that helps. Okay. All right, let's go on to the next super chat here. Andrew Guler for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Since Christ was just meaning anointed, yeah, Mashiach. Do we find any ancient kings taking this title, like Alexander the Great, for instance? No, we don't. One of the things we have to understand about the whole notion of Christ and Messiah is it's a religious term. And it's a religious term that seems to be very particular to certain religions. Now, within religions, you do get, say, laity or priests or scribes ascribing that. Like, for example, you do find in the book of Isaiah, Cyrus the Great, being called a Messiah, a Messiah. Okay, so we do find that wording in the book of Isaiah, but that's using it in the term as, say, a appointed or anointed one. So that, but it doesn't seem to have much connotations beyond that. Okay. Now, there's also the whole idea of, say, aspects of this too. Like, for example, in the case of Cyrus, he's a kind of Messiah, that allows the Israelites to go home. Okay, but he's not a Messiah in the sense of that he's bearing the sins of the world. He's not that kind of Messiah. He's not saving the people from their sins. He's saving them from their captivity. So there's also more than one sense in which these terms are used as well. But kings generally didn't take these terms on for themselves. Like, Cyrus never took this on himself. And Alexander the Great didn't take it on himself either. But other people would ascribe it to them. So, again, Alexander the Great, being a good Greek, probably would not have used the term Christos. Just saying. But other people might have ascribed it to him. That's entirely possible. And it depends, again, would depend on what's meant by it in its context also. So it's not something that's commonly, kings prefer big royal titles, to be honest. They like the term emperor. They like the term king of. Their majesty. Yeah. They tend to avoid titles that was that were more work than anything else. Being a Messiah is work. Yeah, so yeah, but no one had more grandiose titles than the Syrians. Yeah. Yeah. King of the universe. Yeah. Pan-galactic emperor. Okay. Member question from DWC. Looking forward to the stream. Well, thank you. We always are glad to to be here every Friday night with you guys. Matthew Harrell for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. I forget why Exodus 21:17 is not what we think it is in the West. So let's look it up, because I don't remember what it is. Because I don't have the Bible tattooed behind my eyelids. 21:17. Okay, verse 14. We'll start at verse 14. If a man, however, acts presumptuously towards his neighbor so as to kill him craftily, you are to take him even from my altar, that he may die. And he who strikes his father and his mother shall surely put to death. Okay, so this is a man. He who kidnaps a man, whether he sells him or he is found in his possession, shall surely be put to death. And he who curses his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. Okay, there's two things here that that need to be said. Okay, first of all, the whole idea of cursing. Let me just take a look at the Hebrew. I'll just take a quick look at the Hebrew here just to make sure. Okay. Kalal. Okay, so first of all, the he here is an adult. Okay. This is not a child. So people, people who come to this verse often say, "Oh, this is infanticide." No, this is not infanticide. This is a fully grown adult. This is probably some dude in his 40s. Okay. Okay, so it's an adult. The whole context of this passage has to deal with adults. To basically pull this out of its context to say claim it's infanticide is nuts, because the whole passage is talking about men. Okay, ish, adult men. Yeah, how can an infant curse their parents? Second of all, a curse is a religious act. It's a religious act. This is somebody who does something like an execration curse. Okay, now what's an execration curse? This is somebody who, on a jar, writes the name of his parents on there and says, "Cursed be thee in the name of Baal," and smashes the pot. Okay, that's an execration curse. Okay, it's a pagan act. Okay, so there's nothing in the text of Yahweh that have this ritual of cursing. So in the case here of verse 17, they have to be doing a pagan ritual. They have to be doing a pagan ritual, and they have to be an adult.
Fully intentional.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fully intentional to cause their parents harm. Okay? So that's what's going on here. This is an act by an adult, not a child, so it's not infanticide. And it's a religious curse. So they're doing something pagan. They're worshiping another god to effect a curse. Bad stuff. Or at least, at the very minimum, aberrant Yahwism. Also not permitted. So, both of those would ritual of cursing and heavy traffic of rush hour. And not that kind of cursing, Jack. Not that kind of cursing. Smashing pots in the middle of your car. That would be a sight. Hey, officer, why'd you pull me over? Because you're speeding? Hey, what's with all the pot shards in your car? Mama says, I didn't even think of the stupid infanticide argument. I figured the word curse was the issue. No, it's not. It's not the. Here's the thing. When we in the West look at this, we tend to think of this because father and mother is in the text here. We kind of think of this as some lippy teenager telling their mother and father to F off. That's what we think. We don't, first of all, we don't see these laws as applying to adults. This is so must be so strange in our culture anyway. Second of all, in our culture, we don't do ritual cursing anymore. At least not usually. I hear some Wiccans still practice it, but generally today, not many people practice this as a religious ritual. Jack Ray, I got caught with pots in my car. Pot? No, pots. I was breaking them as I was driving down the road. Rorik, would placing a curse on one's parents also lead them being ostracized and being seen as cursed by the community as well? If they live through it, you have to remember that worshiping other gods in ancient Israel was a capital offense. You know, it was a crime to worship other gods. So, yeah, but generally, this is how people view the passage. They view it as infanticide. They view it in the West, okay, because we're looking at this through Western eyes. We're taking our context here because we don't have ritual curses. We don't worship Baal or Asherah or Resheph. You know, we don't worship these gods anymore. We've even forgotten about these gods. You know, so we don't view cursing anymore as a ritual act. Whereas back then, it was a ritual act. It was entirely a ritual act. So we put the word curse into our context, and we think, oh, this is some kid lipping off his mother and father, and then it's being put to death because he said a bad word to his father and mother. That poor little 8-year-old who told who learned a bad word at school is now being executed for it. That's not what this means at all. Not what this means at all. And when I hear people use this to justify that, I'm just going, oh, no. Make it stop. Make it stop. Kwame Adu, it's not swearing. No, it's not swearing. It's not even saying a bad word. It's a ritual.
It's something.
Yeah, it's ritual, and it's horrifically evil, and it's pagan.
It's wishing. It's trying to use magic.
Yeah. You're right. I mean, my producer's right. It's using magic to try to do an appeal to a pagan god to do utmost harm to your parents. Jonathan Walker. Child, someone told me to say bad word. Mom, kill the child. Yeah, it's not that. It's definitely not that. Mama says, context remains king, and Jesus remains King of Kings. Yeah, context is king. And the context here is this is a Bronze Age society. It's a Bronze Age society where to do a curse, it's more than just words. It's a ritual act. Dark Blade. So basically, voodoo dolling your parents. Yeah. Yeah, voodoo dolling your parents would fit under this. Yeah, don't voodoo doll your parents. Okay, don't do that. Okay, so I hope that answers your question, Matthew. I really appreciate the super chat, so thank you very much. Matthew Harrell for $4.99. Why don't we know what manna is? Good night, everyone. Okay. The reason why we don't know what manna is because the climate of the Sinai has changed. That's the reason. At the time the Israelites traveled through the Sinai, it was still savanna. There was still fields out there. It did have rain on occasion. There were seasonal floodings. It still had almond, acacia, and olive trees out there. There was wildlife and game out there. Not much by that point, but still some. So because since the Bronze Age, the Sinai has gone from savanna to complete desert. The whole ecosystem has changed. It would be really, really difficult to figure out what manna was without actually going back, without reproducing that environment. I think it's a fungus, a kind of mushroom. That's what I think it is. And there's a couple reasons why I think it is. I think it's kind of like ink caps, very similar to ink caps. Now, if you are into mycology, which is the study of mushrooms, you would know that an ink cap, they spring up in the morning and they die off by the afternoon. If you collect them, you have to collect them like first thing in the morning and eat them immediately because they self-degenerate. They literally become this inky, nasty ooze in a matter of hours. Okay. The other thing about mushrooms, too, is they have a huge diversity of flavors. Huge diversity of flavors. Unless you've explored, say, the flavors of mushrooms, most people don't. There's more mushrooms out there than just the white mushroom, okay? The white button mushroom is a fine mushroom, but it's by no means the best. You get some like lion's mane that's very, very different from, say, a black fungus, which is very different again from an enoki, which is very different again from a shiitake. There's all this huge variety of mushrooms out there in flavors. Some taste like rubber, some taste like steak, some taste like honey. That's one of the descriptions we have for manna, is it tastes like honey. So given that manna is the sort of product that appears in the morning with the dew. It's collected, but it won't stay good overnight. So there's very little that we have here to go on, but it does seem to be, in my opinion, a kind of fungus. So, but that's why we don't know what manna is for sure, is because the environment of Sinai has completely changed. And there's just no way to know it for sure. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Jack Ray, do the do. Yeah, don't do the do. It'll rot out your liver. It's banned in some countries. Mountain Dew's banned in some countries. You can't get it in England because of the bromines in it. Okay. BC for $10 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. He goes, happy 200. Well, thank you. We really appreciate that. What an amazing journey. Oh, yeah. You have no idea. Well, maybe you do. You've been here for a pretty long time. Your work on ancient Egypt and the Bible is invaluable. Many thanks to you and your producer. Here, have another McFalafel on me to celebrate. Well, thank you. I do have plans on hitting the McDonald's in Egypt. I hope to get my hands on a McFalafel. It's only on the breakfast menu. I found that out. So I gotta be there at a certain time to get it. But if I don't, I'm also going to have some of their other interesting offerings. Like they have, still have the apple pies. They've got a strawberries and cream pie It sounded very interesting. They also have uh, a Big McChicken, which is kind of like a Big Mac but uses McChickens chicken fillets instead. So there's still some interesting stuff to try there. But I'm gonna try to get my hands on the McFalafel, but I know that the McFalafel is only a breakfast offering. So I'm gonna do my best. One good thing is it's during Ramadan. So they might still have the breakfast menu on at all times during Ramadan. Yeah. BC, rest in peace, keto. Yeah, well, um, keto's really not easy to do in Egypt. It's really, really hard. I tried to maintain my keto diet in 2019 when I was in Egypt. Now, I found it was virtually impossible. And dangerous too. Dangerous too. One of the problems with keto is you don't retain a lot of salt. Okay? So you get salt depleted very, very quickly. The Egyptian diet doesn't use much salt. And they don't serve salt with food. So it's you go to a restaurant and you can ask for salt, but they don't have any. They don't have any. I remember one restaurant when in 2019 I went and had this went to this restaurant where I ate pigeon. Okay, tried pigeon for the first time, but I was so salt depleted after that day. It's like, okay, can you bring me salt? And I kid you not, they brought me 2 little tiny packets of salt and about 5-10 packets of pepper. They just don't use it. They just don't use it. They use bread to retain salt by pumping up their insulin levels. So this is one of the things about insulin is it not only drives the carbohydrates out of your blood into your tissues, it also retains salt. So packs salt. Yeah, you don't want to do that. They might mistake it for something else. Okay. Yeah, you don't want to bring a lot of powders with you. That would be bad. Leave the powders at home. I might be able to get away with a little bit of rock salt, but that would be about it. Yeah, you have to be clever about seeking out salt in Egypt. It's hard to do. Jack Ray says no cornstarch or baby powder. Yeah, leave the baby powder at home and the cornstarch. They even said this on the government website. Okay, the Egyptian government website says leave your powders at home. They're not gonna test it. They're gonna presume you're guilty. They've even said that. So yeah, leave your cornstarch, leave your baby powder, and if you're over 60, leave your gold bond powder at home. Okay, just saying. Okay. Yeah, don't bring flour. Do not bring flour. It's just you don't want that kind of trouble. Oh yeah, they'll Mama says powdered makeup. Yeah, leave that home too. Leave that home. Unless it's in a cake. If it's in a package that looks like a cosmetic package, it's probably fine. But if it's a loose powder, oh yeah, leave it at home. Leave it at home. You don't want that kind of trouble. And they basically say it'll cause you trouble.
But
Mm-hmm.
they don't.
Mm-hmm. Mama says, but I need my translucent setting powder. BC, straight to beating. Yep. Straight to the beatings. Yep, straight to the beatings. Yeah, they won't mess around with that. Yes. Leave your powders at home. Leave your powders at home. So yeah, that includes salt, unfortunately. As I said, you might get away with rock salt, but I wouldn't go with any regular like iodized salt. I'd leave that at home totally. Even leave the flake the kosher salt at home, because that could be mistaken for other narcotics. Crystal meth. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, leave that at home too. Yeah. Scott Worth and Cairo TSA is testy, I'm assuming. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, they're very testy. Yeah, you don't want to mess with them. Yeah, you respect their authority and you don't mess with them. Oh. Oh, yeah, that guy. Sonny from, was it, the World's Best Food Show, I think he calls it. Yeah, he flouted all the rules and wondered why the police gave him a hard time. Yeah, he's very lucky. Yeah, he was very lucky he didn't end up in an Egyptian prison. He was stupid and cocky. And frankly, you know, the Egyptians basically tell you what you can't bring. They're pretty clear on this. You know, they basically tell you, leave your guns, explosives, walkie-talkies, strange electronics. That was an interesting thing. Strange and unusual electronics. Leave it at home. Leave home your cotton. Okay? Don't bring cotton cloth. Okay? Not allowed. Not permitted. Okay? Even the amount of alcohol you can bring is limited. Now, the fact that they do allow you to bring a liter of alcohol is not a bad thing, but, you know, don't go overboard. Know your limits. Yeah, leave your pagers at home. Your pagers are not permitted. Especially today, since most people don't have pagers. You can bring your cell phone. Your cell phones are fine. Leave your Raspberry Pis at home. Johnny Walker, strange electronics. How strange is strange? Basically, if it's not something a tourist would normally have, leave it at home. Okay? Yeah, you don't want to call attention to yourself by bringing something that's exotic. And when we mean exotic here, it's something that a tourist or somebody normal wouldn't have. Like, it's okay to bring a laptop. Even a small laptop's okay. Bringing a small laptop is fine. You can do that. This is a fully functional laptop. It's small, but it's normal. It acts like a laptop. No problem. Leave your Raspberry Pi at home. Drones are not permitted. Yeah, brown sugar is not bueno here. No. Yes, leave your Geiger counter at home. Big Destiny. I'll leave my radiation detector at home. Yeah, leave your Geiger counter at home. Yeah, leave that at home. Leave your ham radio at home. Yeah. Ham radios. A lot of fun. Leave it at home. Okay. Yeah, you don't want to torque off the Egyptian police, you know? Pagers go boom. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, now they do. Yeah. Yeah. Leave your pager at home. Scott Warthen, LiDAR for archaeologists is a must-have, though. Only if you're an archaeologist. Yeah. LiDARs are big. You're not going to get that through without some licensing, okay? Yeah. Jack Ray is Israeli approved radios and pagers. Yeah, you're not bringing those in. Mama laughing, leave your rechargeable marital aids and vapes at home. Yes, leave them at home. Okay. If you need that stuff in Egypt, there's places you can buy them. But I'm not going to give you a tour of those places, okay? Okay. Actually, they're permitted. Darkblade says, I presume also laser pointers are to be left at home. They are permitted if they're under a certain wattage. So cutting lasers are not permitted. Normal laser pointers are. They do allow laser pointers. That's actually okay. You're allowed to bring those. But they're a normal thing. Everyone's got them. They're a normal electronic. Yeah, well, there are academics. But laser pointers are allowed. So no real life lightsabers. No, I'll leave those at home. Even leave the toy ones at home. Yeah, toy weapons you shouldn't be bringing. Bon marital aids? Yeah, you're too young for that. Wait a few years, you'll understand. Okay. So then. But yeah, you can bring some stuff. I mean, stuff is, some electronics are allowed. Some are not. Navigator says, love from Ontario, Dr. Falk. Well, thank you. Thank you. Glad to see another Canadian on the live stream here. All right, let's get back to the super chats here. Okay, Daniel for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Happy 200. Well, thank you so very much. St. John Chrysostom says, I can inflict blows on people who pronounce heresy. Can I still do this or nah? You probably shouldn't. Just saying. I don't think in Chrysostom's day it was a crime to do this. Today it's a crime. And we still want to give to Caesar what's Caesar's. And one of the things Caesar does demand is we don't break into fistfights over heterodoxy, okay? So, so yeah, yeah, I would not do this today. Okay? But back in Chrysostom day, it was permitted. It was probably never a good idea, but it was permitted. Even Santa once did it. We're not sure if he did. We're not sure if St. Nicholas did actually do that. We don't actually have proof he did it. Okay? But he could have done it. It's possible. Possible. Okay. But yeah, we don't want to do physical violence even to somebody who pronounces heresy. But we do want to identify them. And we do want to condemn it. Okay? So I think that's sort of the lines there is you want to identify the heresy and you want to condemn it. Because heresy ultimately, and we got to be careful about this, heresy is a change in doctrine that will lead someone to lose their salvation. So it's serious. It's really, really serious. No. Yeah, world religion is not a heresy. Because they're not saved de facto. They're outside of the Christian faith. So, yeah. Yeah. And being wrong is not a heresy automatically either. Because you can be wrong in a minor point and still not lose your salvation. So Bon, this is just a strongly worded letter type response. Well, yeah. Yeah. But we have to change the legal system to allow Christians to act righteously. Yeah. Caesar doesn't like us brawling in the streets anymore. I don't understand it. It would make um, church councils more interesting. There used to be brawling at ecumenical councils. Yeah.
Professor told us kind of missed the best years of tech when
Yeah.
he was there.
Oh yeah.
Really get it.
Oh yeah. Well, the years of vigorous debate at seminaries are gone, unfortunately. Okay. Good night, Mama. Good to see you here today. Hope you rest well. All right, next super chat. It's from Rorik for 499. Thank you for the super chat. Do you believe that Moses in Exodus 4:10 was telling God he had a legitimate speech impediment, or that he was just making an excuse? All right, let's talk about that. Four, verse 10. Okay. Now, there's actually a context to this. Verse 10 says, Moses said to the Lord, "Please, Lord, I have never been an eloquent speaker." Been eloquent, okay? Neither recently nor in time past, nor since thou hast spoken to thy servant, for I am slow of speech and slow of tongue. All right. Let's talk about this because I think this is really interesting. This is not a speech impediment. This is a matter of wit. Okay? This is a matter of wit. Now, when you see some of the descriptions of scribes in Egypt, famous scribes, okay, they're said to be excellent of fingers. I love that term. One of my favorite idioms from Egypt. Excellent of fingers. Very skillful. They're very skillful. Excellent of fingers and quick of tongue. Quick of tongue. It's the idea of badinage. The idea of, like, for example, Voltaire was said to be very eloquent and quick-witted in his speech. And this has been prized in courts, going way back. Okay? Where a good scribe was not only talented in writing, with excellent fingers, but he was also quick-witted. He could spin a quick response, a biting comment, a sarcastic reply. Very, very... Yeah, sarcasm was highly prized. Highly prized. A man who is... Yeah. Yes. Yes. Sarcasm, as my producer just said, sarcasm was recognized for the skill and talent it was. Not so much prized today. Okay. But back in the time of royal courts, kings got bored really, really easily. Yeah. Yeah, they had no soap operas, they had no daytime TV. Kings got bored super easily. Okay? Because kings got bored, they relied on their courtiers to entertain them. And the mark of a good scribe, the mark of a good representative of the king, a good courtier, was that he was entertaining. He was entertaining, he was quick-witted, he could be trusted. Okay? So, this was really, really important for a courtier, a representative of the king, to be quick-witted, to be excellent of fingers, to be quick of tongue. Okay? What Moses here is saying is not that he has a speech impediment. He's not saying that at all. What he's saying is he's not quick-witted. He's not quick-witted. He's not quick-witted. He doesn't talk about the figures bit, but slow of speech and slow of tongue. He's not a quick thinker. He doesn't have that art of sarcasm and badinage. Okay? He can't just come up on the fly with a quick response, a cutting remark, quick of wit. Okay? So, and God is basically telling Moses, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because you're just going to say what I tell you to say. So, yeah, it's another kind of inversion. It's another kind of flip in the script. God here is using someone who's not quick-witted, who's just going to do what he's told. Doesn't have to be slow of speech or slow of tongue, because God's going to manifest his power anyway. Darkblade confirmed. Moses is not a pantser. I suppose not. Okay. But yeah, that's what's going on here. It's not speech impediment, and he's not making an excuse. That's the other thing. He's not making an excuse either. He's saying something else. He's saying he's not good material to be a courtier.
He is actually saying
Yeah, he is saying he's not worthy of this task, because courtiers and representatives of kings and gods were supposed to be quick of wit. Yeah, he would have seen a lot of courtiers growing up. He knew how court life worked, even if he did just see it from the aspect of the court of the vizier. Okay, which he would have. Bonbon, what's a pantser? Okay, now I gotta explain that. A pantser is a kind of author, sometimes called a discovery author. It's a style of writing by the seat of your pants. Okay, there's this difference in writing. You got a plotter versus a pantser. A plotter is a guy who when he goes to write a book, he plots it all out. He has outline meticulously, works out every detail before he starts writing. Basically, a pantser says, I don't need no stinking outline. I can just write. Some people are very comfortable pre-plotting. Some are not. I tend to be a more spontaneous discovery writer. Okay? So I fit in that category of the pantser. Because that's what I do when I write novels, is I do them, through discovery writing. Because that's what's interesting to me. I want to find the story out, as well as my readers. Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you have good characters, they write themselves. But not everyone can write that way. And not everyone does well writing that way. So it's a matter of style, writing style more than anything else. Okay. Bill Byers. Moses must have been more educated than the average slave was, however. Oh, yeah, he was. Yeah, he would have gone to the Royal Koth, which is the school of scribe, the scribal school at Avaris. And Avaris did have a Koth. It had a scribal school there, and it was there to educate the elite of Egypt. It wouldn't have caught the king there because the king wasn't resident there, but it would have been for the children of, say, the vizier, of the local other scribes. It would have also been used to teach children that were basically hostages of the kings of Canaan. Because this is what the Egyptians would do sometimes too, is when they went on campaign, they would go to Canaan, they would take the sons, or a son, of the local king, bring them back to Egypt, educate them in Egypt, enculturate them to all the wonders of Egypt, and then send them back. And they would send them back as basically representatives of Egypt, you know. So yeah, he was more educated because he went through that scribal training school. So he was highly educated, but he also knew that the best scribes also became courtiers. Okay, Darkblade asked the question: was the Ark of the Covenant in its Egyptian context plotted or pantsed? Here's the thing. The publisher insists on plotting. So when you write a book, non-fiction book, a publisher insists you plot it all in advance. Okay? As the author, as soon as that happened, I threw out the plot. I did my own thing. Because I knew I could come up with better than what the plot would be. This is one of the reasons why I have a real difficult time plotting. I don't like it. I don't like it as an activity. I don't like outlining my works before I write them. So even on nonfiction works, I prefer the spontaneity of including what data I want to include, excluding what I want to do. Even nonfiction can be an art, as Pinker suggests. Writing nonfiction is an art as well. So I hate doing proposals. I hate doing book proposals. I absolutely despise it. It's the most miserable thing I can think of. So it takes me a long time to get a book proposal done because I hate it so much. Hate it so very much. And then I usually end up scrapping most of the proposal because I get better ideas. And frankly, the book proposals don't help me that much. Oh, I hate doing book proposals. Yeah, they're not fun. Not fun. Well, here's the thing. You're not just doing... You're doing an outline, and sure, okay, so you got to do a one-page summary of every chapter you haven't written yet. Well, how do you know what's going to go into it? Well, this is what you plan to go into it. I don't know what's going to go into it. I haven't written it yet. So, you end up doing this, and then... Oh, I love doing manual citations, too. I do manual citations always. I don't use automated ones. No, I do manual citations all the time. I don't ever use citation tools. But proposals I hate. Proposals I hate. Because it's asking me to predict something I haven't written yet. Bomo says, ha ha ha, I get it now. Can't you just write whatever and then change it later? Well, here's the thing. Most book publishers see book publishing as a communal act. Yes, you might be the only name on it, but every editor wants his contribution in there too. Okay? So, it's not just you writing, it's the developmental editor. The developmental editor wants to know that their structure went into your work. And the marketing editor wants to know that their blurbs went on the back of your book. Okay? I hate it. I hate that whole thing. I mean, I know, I mean, it's not like my books are disorganized and unstructured. They're hardly unstructured. They're very structured. But for me, it's an intuitive exercise.
You spent so much time.
Yeah.
It can be.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know, I had one of my beta readers for the novels I'm writing ask me, well, how can you write a trilogy without plotting it? Easy. I just write it. For me, as I said, it's an intuitive exercise, but it's an exercise I really enjoy doing intuitively, not. Bonbon asks here, are they really strict about following the proposal? It depends. Okay? It depends. Some publishers are really strict about it. Some aren't. Fortunately, Hendrickson's wasn't that strict about it. Bonbon asks, why don't you write a rough book initially and then submit that and the structure it once you have the basic write-up already done? Okay, you can't submit a book that's already been written. Can't do that. Not permitted. Most publishers will hate that and won't even read it. They want the proposal. They don't want a manuscript. They want a proposal. So they're going to use that proposal as marketing materials and to pass around to various editors who don't have time to read a book. In fact, very few people at a publisher will read your book. Very few. Maybe one or two might. But almost none of the publishing editors will read your book. The guy who does your cover image will not read your book.
But there are people.
There are some that do that, but here's the risk. They generally don't read your book. But here's the thing. If you write the book beforehand and they want major changes, and some of them will do really, really big changes to your book. You know, some of them will take your initial idea and put it into a whole nother direction, which has nothing to do with what you wanted to write. So you could waste a lot of time with a prototype and have them completely reject that idea because they saw something else in your proposal that they would rather have you pursue. Publishing is such a mess. Yes, it is. It's a horrible mess right now. They won't read the book, but they want input into your book? Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they'll make all sorts of crazy changes. Yeah.
And that happens in academic articles.
Yeah.
Which you owe them an update.
Oh, update.
What is,
update on the novel availability on Amazon. We found out the problem. Of why Amazon was not pre-selling our softcover and hardcover books. Okay? It was because they weren't getting a big enough piece of the pie. Okay? They've made a recent change where if they don't get a 55% discount, they won't sell the book. This is recent. This is like in the last couple months. Last month, like last month they did this change. It used to be that if you gave the publisher a 40% discount, they'd sell your book. Okay? And they never enforced it. They preferred 55%, but they never enforced it. Now they've enforced it. So this is what's happening with what happened to my book. Is they stopped selling my book because they weren't getting a big enough slice. Thanks, Amazon. So we're getting less money from it now because of them. So, you know, in order to make it available, we've had to give them more money to Amazon. Fantastic. Fantastic. But it is now available on Amazon to sell, even though we're taking a bigger cut. Okay? So, you know, that's just the unfortunate mess of Frank Schustek asks, wait, you saying they take 55% of the revenue sale? I have to give them, they buy the book at 55% off the cover price. Okay? So let's say,
Oh, yes.
so that's what it says. So you're selling them a $10 book for $4.50, and then they mark up to whatever they want. So in this case, they're probably marking it up full price. So they're getting the biggest piece by a long shot. So the final bookseller is getting the final piece, and the book creator is getting a very, very small piece.
The only way we could do you want people?
No, no, we don't want to do that. We don't have the deals with the with Canada Post to pull that off. Big Destiny, should we pre-order it somewhere else? It doesn't matter now. It doesn't matter. The reason why it doesn't matter anymore is because to give Amazon that cut, I have to give everyone that cut. So we've had to deeply discount it to do it. Laughing my messed up. Yeah, it is messed up. Can we get it directly from the publisher? Haha. No, you can't. The publisher doesn't sell directly. So the publisher is a distributor. They only sell the booksellers. And the reason why they only sell the booksellers is because they don't want to do what Amazon did. Become a competition to booksellers. Now that's a good thing. We don't want the publisher to sell directly to booksellers. But the downside of this is we have to get it into the booksellers, we have to take a deeper cut. So, yeah, unless we make a lot of sales on this, we're not going to be making much money on it at all. So, but for me, it's more important the story get out. That more people read it, review it, and if you do buy it, please put a review on Goodreads and Amazon. Those reviews really matter.
We could 1,000 copies. Even $1.
Yeah. So that's sort of the story with that. Is we're not going to be making much money on these books, even though they've got a high sticker price. Amazon's going to be making most of it, but we do get something, and we just ask, if you buy the book, please write a review. The more people we get reviewing it, the better. You know, because people only buy books that are reviewed, essentially. Okay, so, but at least we've got to the bottom of it. So that's the update on that. All right, let's go on to the next super chat here. Next one here is from Daniel for $5. Thank you for the super chat. You've referenced your position that Daniel is from around the 5th century BC. Yeah. Why is this your position? I know nothing about this topic. Because I don't find the the arguments for being late dated to be compelling, essentially. I find some of those arguments to be incredibly weak. For example, the whole idea that it's using Aramaic. Well, Aramaic goes back, to the 8th century, 9th century BC. So I don't think that's a great argument. Some of the so-called, like the Greek instrumentation, again, Greek instrumentation was already circulating around the Mediterranean easily by the 5th, 6th century either. So, again, not a great argument. So I found most of the counter arguments to the early dating of Daniel to be specious. In fact, the strongest argument they seem to have is that Daniel makes a reference to ex eventu prophecy. Basically he's prophesying for something that already happened. Okay, that's a non-supernatural presupposition there. That might be correct. Doesn't change a lot. So, I mean, for me, it's really neither here nor there whether Daniel dates to the 3rd century BC or to the 5th century BC. But at the same time, too, there's I don't find it compelling, essentially. Like, for example, one of the things is that one of the things I find like really sort of telling about this is the Book of Enoch. The Book of First Enoch quotes Daniel. Everyone agrees with this. First Enoch is agreed to be 4th century. Everyone also agrees with this. Okay? So then, how does... I mean, one could potentially make the argument that Daniel's quoting from First Enoch, but no one agrees with that. No one thinks Daniel is quoting from First Enoch. Nobody. So it's coming down to, you've got this now inconsistent position. Now you've got a late Daniel here, but an earlier Enoch. But the earlier is quoting from the later. How's that work? How's that work? So I think that's a problem. I think that's an inconsistency in the critical method here. So again, I just don't find the arguments for late Daniel to be compelling. I'm not horribly against it either, but I just don't find it compelling. So, hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Harry Stark asks this question every weeks, but we'll just answer it just to get it out of the way here. Was Robin Hood a real historical figure? Don't know. It's not my field. Okay, you're talking there medieval history. That's way outside of my wheelhouse. I know it's debated. I know there is in the death records of a certain abbey of Robin of Lockleigh. Okay, but I know it's still debated. How much of his tales are real? Don't know. But I'm not the guy to ask about this. All right? Yeah. Jack Ray, post interesting. Yeah. post interesting. Okay. I want to thank Jack Ray for gifting the channel 20 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you so very, very much for your support of the channel and for being so generous to the other people on this channel as well. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your support. We couldn't do it without you. Okay, next one here. Is from Tokenomics for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Are you familiar with any connections between Abraham and Ad's pre-Islamic Arabia circumcision rituals? I'm familiar with Egyptian circumcision rituals. I know nothing about Arabian circumcision rituals. I don't know if there's any records of that. I've not heard of any. But what I have heard of, I mean, there's Egyptian circumcision rituals going all the way back to Dynasty 5. Okay? So it's Old Kingdom stuff. This is Old Kingdom stuff. So, in fact, I saw the relief of a circumcision ritual on a mastaba that is outside of the Pyramid of King Teti. So, yeah, it's Old Kingdom. And it seems to be a practice of the upper classes in Egypt. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated, but I don't know anything about pre-Islamic Arabian circumcision rituals. Okay? Next one here. Bottom here. Getting past the whole banana bread thing. Now I want banana bread. I want banana bread with those big, nasty Frankenstein cherries, candy cherries. Frankenfruit cherries. No, I'm not talking maraschino. I'm talking the Frankenfruit type. Oh, I love Frankenfruit cherries.
I know. You also love.
That's also why I love fruitcake so much.
Yeah.
Traditional fruitcake.
Only fruit I have ever liked was.
Yeah, but she used real fruit in her fruitcake, not Frankenfruit. Costco used to sell a Frankenfruit fruitcake that I loved. Yes, rumor confirmed. Dr. Falk loves fruitcake.
Rumor confirmed.
Rumor confirmed.
He wanted it for the producer said absolutely not.
Rumor confirmed. Dr. Falk wanted a fruitcake for his wedding cake. The producer said absolutely not. Couldn't get it in the States anyway. Okay. Jonathan Walker for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. He asks, did the Israelites think the luminaries were made from the light in Genesis 1:3-5? Why create a light to rule the day when there's already light that is day? I can visualize lights for night. Well, this is an ordering, okay? This is an ordering. This is an ordering of ritual space. So when we look at Genesis 1, verses 3-5, then God said, let there be light, and there was light, and God saw the light was good, and God separated the light from the darkness. So it's an ordering. It's essentially an ordering. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and there was evening and there was morning, day 1. Okay. So the whole idea that God created lights is a way of filling the space. Okay. So, and this is how we have to view Genesis 1. It's in parallel. Okay. So you have your first day where you have God creating the day. And then Then he makes the expanses, where he separates the waters in day 2. And then in day 3, he separates out the land from the waters. So he creates, third day, he's got 3 spaces. Okay? Fourth day, he starts filling the spaces. So in the space where he creates day and night, light and darkness, he fills them with the lights. Okay? So, your little girl is being naughty. She was very cute, but she's being very naughty. So what we have, that's our little girl, by the way. She's being very naughty right now. Okay. So, okay. So what we have here is it's a way of creating this whole thing in Genesis 1 is ritual space. It's ritual space. And it emulates the 3 courts, okay, of the temple. So it's temple ritual, and that's what's being laid out here. Is God is organizing creation to be his cosmographic temple. He's arranging it to be his cosmographic temple. Day 1, you got night and day, but it's a space. It's empty. It needs to be filled. Puts lights in it. Then he creates, on the second day, the seas and the sky. Now he fills it. Day 5, birds and fish. Okay, sea monsters too, but he fills it. He fills the space. Day 3 is the land. Then he fills it again with beasts, and then finally man. Okay, so it's a matter of space and place here. So he creates, the whole thing is he's creating spaces, 3 sort of structured space, and then taking 3 more days to fill each space. So it's not about creating lights for night and day with light already there. He's made a space, now he's just filling it. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, Messianic Talmud for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Why didn't the Egyptians value virginity? Did the pharaohs have to marry a virgin? Second question, no. The pharaohs did not have to marry a virgin. They could marry anyone they wanted. Second thing, first question is, why didn't the Egyptians value virginity? Because premarital sex was not seen as taboo, essentially. It was not expected that a man or woman would keep their virginity. A lot of this had to do with the fact that marriage was so ephemeral. Okay? So people could go in and out of marriage very casually in Egyptian society. So it just wasn't seen as a valuable commodity. Hmm? Yeah. In some cases it would have been hard to find even a virgin in Egypt. Okay? Just because of that rotating, revolving marriage kind of thing that you had going on there. So you're just not, it just wasn't valued. My phone going off, forgot to turn it off. Huh. Don't care. Probably a spammer anyway. Came from an 888 number. Yeah, probably not. And I sent it to voicemail, so if they'll probably, it's probably a spam call or something like that. Get a lot of them here. Okay. So that's the issue here, is that marriage was not seen as a valuable commodity in Egypt. So just, and it's just the way because of how families and marriage work there. Okay. And conversely, a virgin was not having virginity was not seen as an impediment to marriage either. Whereas in, say, more clan-based cultures, it is. Because in clan-based cultures, you need to know where your offspring comes from. Yeah, there's no inheritance really to speak of in Egypt. So, yeah, Pharaoh owned everything. So it's like with very little goods on the line, very little inheritance. Just wasn't a deal. Wasn't a big deal. Okay. Next one here is a question here from Mama. Thank you very much for the super chat, or for the member question. Judges 15:4-5. What is the actual translation of the word foxes? Heard it might be jackals. Is this act proof of Samson committing a war crime according to God's laws? Thanks. Times 200 plus. Thank you very much. I know she's already gone to bed. Okay. So, Judges. Now, in the case of Herod, it does use the word vulpus. Okay. Now, vulpus, I think it's vulpus. Use fox. Fox here. Look up the Greek first. And we find it in, oops, no, Alapex, sorry, is the, vulpus is the Latin. Alapex is the Greek here. I think in the case of Luke, it's not, it wouldn't be jackal. Jackals were pretty rare in Palestine anyway. It's something you're going to find in Africa a lot more. But let's just take a look here at Judges here. Now, in the case of the old Hebrew tends to be a lot less specific about these categories. Shuel, okay. Now, in the case here, verse 4, and Samson went and caught 300 foxes and took torches and turned the foxes' tails, tail to tail, and put one torch in the middle between two tails. When he had set fire to the torches, he released the foxes into the standing grain of the Philistines, thus burning up both the shocks and standing grain, along with the vineyards and groves. Okay. Yeah, the 4 foxes, yeah. No, he's not a nice guy. Now, there were species of jackals and foxes in Palestine, okay? The idea of him collecting 300 jackals is a lot more daunting than 300 foxes, okay? You could, if you're a crafty man, restrain 300 foxes and tie their tails together and do nasty things. They're not strong animals. They're not strong animals. A jackal, however, is very resistant. And they're big too. That's the other thing, is that they're large. So, there isn't, I don't think there's a specific law forbidding Samson from doing this. It's just one of those things where it's just not a very nice thing to do. So I don't think there's any law forbidding Samson from doing this. Other than perhaps that a jackal is an unclean animal. Okay? And so frankly, so is a fox. Foxes are also unclean animals. But that doesn't bother Samson one bit. Yeah. So, it could translate as either foxes or jackals, but I think in this case, foxes are more likely, given given the task that he's using them for. Okay, he's basically using them to drag torches, essentially. So he has to tie this to the tails of two and set them off. So yeah, it's not it's a pretty vicious thing to do. It's really a vicious thing to do. Yeah, burning an innocent animal alive is just not a nice thing to do. But that's what he's doing here, is he's tying a torch between two animals and just setting them off to go wild. BC, why in pairs? Great question. Because if one fox shakes it off, the other fox will go the other direction. Okay? So you send them off in pairs. They're gonna go wild. Because there's a fire right behind them. They're gonna try to run away from that fire and go crazy. But what happens is, if one shakes off the torch, the other one will do a U-turn. Not a U-turn, but a 90-degree turn. So it'll go 90 degrees and go in another direction in the field. So what they'll do is crisscrossing across the field. So it prevents the Philistines from putting out the fire, essentially. So that's why he's sending them off in pairs, is to create that chaos where they're just zigzagging all over the place. So he can set a pair in one field and destroy that field easily, because that fire is not contained in one area. So that's why they're in pairs, is to create that chaos, create that that, as I said, if one dies or shakes off the torch, the other one will go the other direction. So really nasty thing to do. Okay, so I hope that answers that question. Thank you very much for that question. Really appreciate it. Clepius, if this was the worst thing Samson did, yeah, swell guy. Okay, we got a new member here, Brandon the Casual Gamer. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. We really appreciate it, and thank you for your paid support. We most appreciate it. Yeah, Samson is, just as my producer just pointed out, Samson is descriptive, not prescriptive. No one should try to emulate Samson. Bad guy. Don't do it. Scott Warthen, I wonder which would cause more chaos, 2 jackals or 2 foxes? Oh, 2 foxes. Oh, without a doubt. Foxes can get really afraid. If they find a burrow, they'll go into it and pop out the other side. Oh, foxes can be very unpredictable. Foxes will try to hide in a field too. Yeah, jackals will tend to go for high ground. That's the other thing, is they are geophobic. Jackals tend to be geophobic, whereas foxes tend to be geophilic. Now, what do we mean by geophilic and geophobic? Okay. Animals tend to gravitate to either towards the ground or away from the ground. Squirrels are geophobic. They tend to live in trees off the ground. Rats are geophilic. They tend to live in the ground. Okay? So, foxes tend to be geophilic. They tend to hug the ground, stay close to the ground. try to hide among the ground, whereas jackals tend to go to the highlands. They tend to prefer places where game tends to get lost and die out in the wilderness. Okay, so a jackal, you set a jackal in a field, it'll try to run away from the field, try to get out of the field as quickly as possible. So I think a fox would cause a lot more problems for agricultural warfare in this, used in this way, than a jackal would. Because again, where you go to Egypt and there's still small amounts of jackals out there. You tend to find them in tombs, in hillsides, in the hill country. That's where you tend to find jackals. They stay away from the farmers' fields for the most part. Very few Egyptians have seen a jackal today. You have to kind of go out into sort of the remote areas to see a jackal. They're way out in, as I said, the highlands, in the sort of the hill regions. Because again, jackals tend to be geophobic, not geophilic. So I would think that this is a much this is a thing where the foxes would excel at destruction when used in this cruel way. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you for that follow-up. Okay, Mr. Warlight, for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Who do you see as the righteous teacher of Qumran? I don't know. I'm not a Dead Sea Scrolls scholar, so I wouldn't know exactly. Could be Elijah. We just don't know I don't know what they had in mind here, and I'm not even going to guess. Okay, could be Elijah, could be Moses. I don't know. I'm not familiar enough with the secondary writings at Qumran to really have an informed opinion on that. All right, so I'm going to recuse myself of that question. But thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Yeah, Second Temple period literature is not really my thing. Brandon, the casual gamer, for $2 Canadian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Dr. Falk, who was Nimrod? Great question, and it's been a debated question. And here's where I'm going to stand on this. I give this question a lot of thought. I think it's an amalgamated literary device. Okay, now, what is an amalgamated literary device? It is when you take the deeds of many people and combine them into one person literarily, like the oppression king of the Exodus. Okay, it's not one king; it's several kings. Okay, and it's several kings. For example, in Exodus chapter 1, you've got one king who rose that did not know Joseph. You got another one who enslaves the Israelites. You have another one who does the slaughter of the innocents. You got another one who builds Ramses. They're all different kings. Okay? But they're treated like an amalgamated literary figure. Okay. Zechariah, when it's used by Jesus, son of Berechiah, is an amalgamated literary figure. And there's several of these in the Old Testament and even the New Testament. You find some of these. I think Nimrod was a amalgamated literary figure, and the reason why is because when we go to Genesis, I think it's 10, is it where it is? Here. Yeah, it's Genesis 10. And the description of Nimrod in chapter 10, verses 8 and following. Now Cush became father of Nimrod, and he became a mighty one on the earth. And he was a mighty hunter before the Lord. Therefore it is said, like Nimrod, a mighty hunter before the Lord. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh, and the land of Shinar. From that land he went forth into Assyria, built Nineveh, Rehoboth Ir and Calah, and Rezen between Nineveh and Calah. That is a great city. And that's where the narrative ends right there. Okay, now, all those cities weren't founded at the same time. That's an awful lot of cities for one man to find, to do the foundation of. Okay? All those cities have different historical beginnings. So what we have with Nimrod is an amalgamated literary character, okay, that represents multiple kings of Mesopotamia, essentially. So I think this is the reason why it's fruitless to try to discover who Nimrod was. Because he's not one person. He's many people. And this is just something that we do find in Israelite narrative. It's a feature of, it's a literary device of Israelite narrative. And it's legitimate. It's legitimate in the terms of how Israelites relate history. It's just a way they do it that we don't do it today. We typically don't do this, unless we use it in terms of titles. Sometimes we do this in titles. Like, for example, we'll sometimes talk about the President of the United States, doing wars against its enemies. Well, we know that the President of the United States is not one person. It's many people. Okay? So in that respect, it's one of those things, and I'm not picking on the U.S. president here, by the way, but it's just an example. But it is something that we do find in literary conventions of many groups, including the Israelites. Okay? So I don't think Nimrod was one person. I think it was several Mesopotamian kings that were amalgamated into one literary figure. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Frayne Schustek for €5. Thank you very much for the super chat. He asks, do you interpret the Imago Dei, image of God, as a property of human beings or a calling of humans per Heiser, or both? Thoughts? Neither. I don't see it as either. Okay. Now, lots of debate over this. Lots of debate over this, and the Imago Dei is only presented in one place, and that's Genesis 1 and the image in his likeness. Down here. Okay. It's only ever presented in Genesis 1, verses 26 to 27. It's the only place in the whole Bible that talks about the Imago Dei. Then God said, let us make man in our image and according to our likeness. And let them rule over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the sky, over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps on the earth. And God created man in his own image. In the likeness of God, he created him, male and female, he created them. Now, the issue here is going to be the image of God is not well defined. But we do confer certain things from this passage as to what the Imago Dei is. First of all, it seems to be not a subjective thing. It seems to be an objective thing. God sees his image, or his man as the created vessels of his image. So it's not a property of human beings. Human beings are the image of God. Okay? So I think one of the things is we have to distinguish what a property is and what is the essence. It's not an attribute thing. Okay? It's an essence. So it's our essence to be the image of God. The the other thing is, in this particular passage, it's using cultic imagery. And I think this is one of those very important things about this passage is when it talks about, in verse 26, let us make man in our image. That's a cultic image. That's an idol. According to our likeness, that's also an idol. It's a different type of idol, but it's still an idol, or a different word for an idol. Okay? So, it's clear that mankind is the idol that God fills with his image. Okay? The idol itself is not the image. The essence that fills the idol is the image. So, it seems to be not a property. Imago Dei does not seem to be a property, but an objective view of how God sees his creation. So that's my thoughts on this. It's neither a property nor a calling, but a perspective. A perspective from the view of God. Clepius asks the follow-up question here. Do you think there's any actual difference between image and likeness, or is this such a sort of re-emphasis? It's sort of a reduplication. Yeah. There isn't a real difference between demot and solemn, which are the two words used here. It does seem to be that it's more of a duplication. And in many respects, this is sort of something that you find in Genesis, early passages of Genesis, where things are reduplicated. Synonyms are used to try to narrow things down somewhat, or to give them a kind of as you say, re-emphasis. Like in Genesis 2:1 or 1:2, where it's formless and void, bohu va tohu. Well, one of those words is a made-up word. Okay? It's got no Semitic analog. It's not used anywhere in any other language. It seems to be a made-up word just to rhyme with bohu. So, in that particular case, it's emphasis by alliteration, not by semantics. Clepius, whoa, author of Genesis pulling a Shakespeare. Oh yeah, here's one of the things I love about the Old Testament. I love this. There's so much literary virtuosity to the text. Incredible literary virtuosity. Of course, this is why I hate the documentary hypothesis so much, is because it just strips the text of its literary virtuosity. So, yeah, these people, these Bronze Age people were very literarily sophisticated. Very literarily sophisticated. They used all sorts of turns of phrase, literary devices, amphibole, metaphor, analog, reduplication, restriction, just crazy amount of literary devices. Crazy amount. Warrior of the Most High says, mind blown, and folks say it's bad literature. Yeah, because they don't understand literature. They do not understand literature. Thank you, David Weber, for that emphasis. Yeah, people don't understand literature. So, yeah, so this is one of those things where, you know, it's all through the Old Testament, just these clever literary devices. You know, like for example, you know, people like look at, say, Exodus 2, and they're gonna look at the basket in the reeds here. And the first thing that the skeptics are going to say is that, oh, look, she sets the child among the reeds. Oh, it's a copy of Sargon of of Cod's birth narrative, right? No. It's a parabolic act. It's a parabolic act. Moses is saved through the reeds. Okay? It just says it, so many times here. He's put in a basket made of reeds. And he's set among the reeds. He's saved through the reeds. It's a parabolic act of God saving his people through the sea of reeds. It's foreshadowing. It's foreshadowing. Yeah, I do love foreshadowing. It's one of my favorite literary devices. It's why I use it all over the place in my novels. Because I love foreshadowing. I think foreshadowing is one of the most incredible literary devices ever developed by man. And yeah, so it's this whole thing, Exodus 2, this whole Wicker narrative being pulled through the reeds is foreshadowing the Reed Sea. It's foreshadowing. It's not copying, it's foreshadowing. And you get these critical dullards who can't see that. They can't see it because they're pig ignorant. They don't see the literary value here. It's just crazy. But, you get this. And, in Genesis 1, go back to the original question here. What we're seeing here in Genesis 1 is that reduplication of image and likeness for that emphasis. It's an emphasis that these are idols. And it's done by duplication. Okay. You see this all through other places too, like Psalms will use this, Proverbs will use this. So it's just one of those things where it's a literary device here to establish the fact that the Imago Dei is God's idols in his sacred space. And those idols are us. And our essence is the image of God, as seen by God. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. We got a 140 South African Rand super chat here from Johann Schneiman. Thank you very much for the super chat. He goes, my Reformed Church uses the Heidelberg Catechism, which I think is good overall, but I completely disagree with where it says Sabbath moved from Saturday to Sunday. Any advice on explaining this to very traditional friends? Ooh, okay. You're correct. First of all, let's just establish that. You are correct that the Sabbath did not move from Saturday to Sunday, okay? Sunday became a moving of the worship day. So the worship day that Christians worship on moved from Saturday to Sunday because of the expulsion from the synagogue. Early Christians worshipped on both days. Before the expulsion from the synagogues, Christians would worship at synagogue on Saturday, and then they'd worship at church on Sunday. With the expulsion of the from the synagogues, that there was no longer a place to worship on Saturday, so they just reverted to continuing to worship on Sunday. Okay, so that's the historical thing. There's nothing in the Bible that says that the day of rest, the Sabbath, moved. Okay, nothing at all. Shabbat Shalom, Scott. So, my issue with some of these catechisms, and this applies to all these catechisms, not just the Heidelberg one, but the Lutheran one, which is the Book of Concord, Catholic Catechism, and others. There's others, many of these. Is sometimes they become ossified. They become ossified theology. And typically, ossified theology that has its moorings in medieval understandings of many of these things. So, it can be very, very difficult to explain that once that theology becomes ossified. It becomes sort of etched in stone through catechism. Okay, a lot of smart guys with Middle Ages with medieval understandings got together and reasoned the stuff out the best they could. That's fantastic. They did the best they could in the 17th century. Fantastic. Okay. But we now know more about the Bible today. We've learned more about the Bible in the last 50 years than in the previous combined 1,500 years. That should sort of wake us up to the fact that our theological reflections here aren't complete. Okay? Our theological reflections cannot be complete because we're not dealing with the same understanding today that people were dealing with in 300 years ago. 300 years ago, they didn't know half of what we know about the Bible today. So, this... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, I think this is one of the reasons why it's not wise to sort of plant your flag on a catechism that's centuries old without proper reflection. This is also the reason why I find myself in the position where it doesn't matter what church I'm a part of, there's going to be something I disagree with. Because there's going to be factual things that are factually incorrect about any sort of catechism or belief system. You're going to find something. You're going to find something. Now, the question is, even though you're right on this, is it worth it? Okay? I think that's a question you should ask. Is this a church you like? Is this a hill to die on? I don't think so. Honestly. I don't think it's worth fighting over this. This is a really tertiary issue. Unless you have some compelling reason for this to be an issue, I don't think it matters that much. But that's my point of view, my opinion. I think there are things in the Heidelberg Catechism that are much more concerning than this. Okay, so again, I don't think this is a hill to die on. I don't think this is something even to divide on. I don't even think this is something really to even, make a wave on, honestly. So, you're right, but you could have a good cup of coffee over this, but I don't think this is important, and it rises the important enough to need to convince anybody about this. Yeah, you can make this, if you do want to talk about this with somebody, make it really informal. Have a cup of coffee and a piece of pie over this. And then, say, yeah, okay, cool. But don't divide over this. This is not worth it. This is really not worth dividing over. I mean, there's so much stuff that is worth dividing over. Divide over that stuff. Don't divide over this. This is peccadillo stuff. Okay? So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Yeah, modalism's worth dividing over, but this isn't. Okay, don't get me started on the free gracers. Okay, Upsies for $6.99 Canadian. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says, life just seems pointless even with God existing. Bought an Audi R3 and it just made me depressed. What is the point God would make us for? God made you for having a relationship with him. Okay? To quote the Westminster Confession, to know God and enjoy him forever. See, here's the thing. You can keep buying cars. You can buy all the cars you want. You can buy gold, gemstones. It won't make you happy. It might make you wealthy, but it won't make you happy. Because there's no relationship there. There's nothing there. You're buying dirt. Yeah. I mean, an Audi RS3, nice car. Okay. Wouldn't be my first choice in cars, but sure, I can see where someone would like that kind of vehicle. But if you're buying it to make you happy, it won't make you happy. There's only one place where you're going to find happiness and fulfillment. And that's with a relationship with God. That's it. Everything else is going to be a pale substitute. You're not going to find happiness in a spouse. You're not going to find happiness in a pet. You're not going to find happiness in your investments. You're not going to find happiness in your house. You're not going to find happiness in your artwork. You're just not going to find that. Because it doesn't exist. It can't make you happy. You've got a God-sized hole in you that only God can fill. And, yeah, unless you invite God to have a relationship with you, yeah, it's going to be pointless. You're discovering in that the truth. You're getting to the truth here. If God exists and you don't have a relationship with him, you're still going to be unhappy. Okay? God made you for a purpose, but you're not going to see that. And you're not going to be able to experience that joy of relationship with him. Because look, the demons acknowledge that God exists. The demons know that God exists. They have no relationship with him. So for them, their existence is pointless too. So, except to create chaos, that's what they get into now. But yeah, if you can acknowledge God exists, and that won't bring you happiness. It's not until you take that step of relationship with him that you'll find something better. Okay? Hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Sarah Kaplan, you're getting closer. Yeah, he is getting closer. Yeah, he is getting closer. But he's just got to take that next step. Okay. Next one here. I think we're getting pretty close to the end here. And we're at the end. Okay. Awesome. So that will be the last super chat for the night because we are after midnight already. We will take one or two non-super chats if we have any. All right, let's line them up. $8.22. Okay, 8:32? 8:22. 8:22. Way back. Okay, 8:22. Hi, Rob. Rob just showed up. Yeah, we're at this point we're still going. You can send a super chat. Even though we did say that this would be the final super chat. We always make exceptions for you for good friends of the channel. Okay, so 822 you said. 822 is all right, Harry Stark. Harry Stark asks, and on Super Chat, did any of the church fathers have Jewish ethnicity or Jewish ancestry? Yes, some did. They tended to not to talk about it very much, but some of them did, especially the ones of the first century, the first 2 centuries. The first 2 centuries of the Christian church was primarily a Jewish church. Okay, so most of the church fathers of the first 2 centuries of the Christian era had some relationship to Jewish ethnicity or ancestry. Okay, so for example, we know that Clement of Rome did. He had Jewish ancestry. But he's not alone there. Papias also had a Jewish ancestry. It was common in the first 2 centuries for church fathers to have Jewish ancestry, even though most of them didn't talk about it. Okay, so yeah, it was part of it, but yeah, Saint Peter did as well. Yep. Yep. The first and probably the first 4 popes too, as Scott Wharton I think just pointed out here. Yep. Yeah. So it was fairly common in the first 200 years of the Christian era for church fathers to be Jewish or somehow connected to Judaism. Now, in the 3rd century, that changes. Okay, in the 3rd century, that starts to change as it becomes more of a Greek. It shifts from more of a Judaic church to a Hellenistic church. So as Christianity spreads, it starts to become less and less Jewish over time. So, so I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the non-super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, and next one. Okay, I think we're just buying time here for Rob to squeak in.
Good job.
Okay, 913. All right, Vish says, asks a non-super chat here. Thoughts on the Baptist denomination, what they get right, what they get wrong. Generally, I don't have a big problem with the Baptists. Okay, now what I'm talking about here is the regular Baptists. Okay, I'm not talking about some of the splinter groups like the Free Will Baptists. Those guys are a nuts cult. Okay, but regular Baptist denominations, I have very little problems with. Um, what I would say about the Baptists are they hold to the essentials of the Christian faith. They don't officially hold to the Nicene Creed, but I don't see any reason why they couldn't hold to the Nicene Creed. I think I know recently like the Southern Baptists had this big brouhaha over accepting the Nicene Creed. I think the reasons that they rejected it were pig ignorant, but you know, they still hold to the essentials of the creed, even though that they don't hold to the creed. So it's kind of a mixed bag there. What makes baptism, the Baptist denomination, distinct is more of its secondary practice of full immersion baptism. Okay, they think that the proper method of baptism is full immersion. I don't have a problem with that view, but I also don't think that a baptism that is not done by full immersion is still valid. Okay. And we see this in early church practice, like in the Didache, where baptism is done by various methods. Okay, so it's not a view that's in line with the early church. Okay. I think also that um, sometimes certain Baptist denominations get into legalism. I think that's an issue. Okay. One of the things I think is an issue, like for example, a lot of Baptist denominations will forbid stuff such as drinking alcohol, dancing, watching TV and movies, playing cards, playing D&D. I still got my dice here. My bag of dice, dragon dice. Okay, so I think those secondary legalistic practices can be problematic. I think it'd be very problematic. You can often tell the Baptists in a crowd by their crew cut haircuts and horn rimmed glasses. You know, they're all dressed the same. They all look the same. Okay, so Paradise Lost, love it, Jack. Love it, Jack. Okay. So, but as a rule, as for the central theology, I don't have a big problem with Baptists. But some of the secondary practices I think can go off the rails. So a part of that, if you can find a good balanced Baptist denomination as a church to worship in, I have no problem with it. Okay? So I hope that helps, Fish. Thank you very much. Okay. We got some final ones here. Okay, let's go here. Jack Ray for $2. Squeak, squeak last. Yeah. Okay. Sentinel Apologetics for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Blessings, David. Blessings to you too. Genesis 35:7 is fascinating. Heiser's 2010 paper argued for the two powers God revealed themselves, not gods revealed themselves. Okay. Genesis, yeah, that paper is very interesting. It does seem to be gods in the plural there. And I would agree with him, I think, on this. Yeah. Let me just look at the Hebrew there. It would be very interesting. Participle. Yeah, it's third person common plural. Is that Natnalu. Okay. Yeah, that is one of those interesting instances where you do get. Now, one of the things I would like to do before I sort of double down on that is this is something that we find in the Masoretic text, but I would love to see that Nanalu is here revealed, and it is in the third person plural. Okay, so in the Masoretic text, it's definitely gods. The gods had revealed themselves to him. Okay, so it is a third person masculine plural. So that does require a plural subject. Now, he's added more here to this. Heiser's paper titled "Should Elohim with plural predication be translated gods?" and argues that for a bi-Trinitarian two powers reading for Genesis 35:70. Yeah, and I think that's a perfectly acceptable reading. Okay, it's still going to be plural. Okay, it's still going to be plural, but you could translate this as a magnificent plural still, and it still would be God had revealed Himself if it's a magnificent plural. Okay, so I would totally agree with him that this is a bi-Trinitarian or binitarian or two powers reading. I think it's a perfectly acceptable view. I'd like to see what the text critical sources are on this too, because there could be a sort of a slip of the pen in the Masoretic text as well. But I don't really, I don't have those texts here. I'd have to go like into see what the Dead Sea Scrolls say. I'd have to go into the Samaritan Pentateuch, which I don't have online. Here, but let's see what the Septuagint says on this. Wrong one. Septuagint. There we go. All right. Otheos N-O. Yeah, Septuagint translates it into the singular. So, that's interesting. Okay, so the Septuagint is going to basically translate that into the singular. So that's a source that we need to sort of keep in mind here. I would have to look at, as I said, the Septuagint Pentateuch to probably come down on this, but I haven't done the text critical work on this passage. But it is interesting. It is interesting that we do have a rare instance here of the plural predicate here. So, but again, I also don't have any problems here with Heiser's interpretation. But one of the things we should understand about Heiser's interpretation here is there is a difference between grammatical rendering and interpretation. Okay, the grammatical rendering here is in the common is in the plural. Okay, so because the subject is in the plural in the predication, the actual subject has to be in the plural too. But that doesn't mean it's supposed to be interpreted that way. Sometimes these things happen where you get a plural predication, but a singular subject because of certain literary effects and interpretations. So I have no problem with Heiser here on this subject. In fact, I don't even really have an opinion on this. I could see either position here where it could be binitarian, or it could be a textual error too. So, but I haven't come down on this one way or the other. I again have to go to the Dead Sea Scrolls to figure it out. And he says here, Heiser says the Samaritan Pentateuch, Septuagint, Vulgate, Targum Pesha, read Nigla, third person masculine singular, Nifal perfect, as expected of one God, though it is technically a plural form. Well, if it's masculine, if it's third person masculine singular, Nifal perfect, then singular. Okay, that would be pretty strong evidence in my book, in my understanding, that this is a mistake. If you got that many textual witnesses saying it's a singular, if the Septuagint says it, and Samaritan Pentateuch says it, and the Vulgate says it, and the Targum says it, and the Peshta says it, that's pretty strong, and it says it's singular. that's pretty strong evidence of a textual scribal error in the Masoretic text. So that would be enough for me to weigh in on that. So then you don't have a two powers thing here. You don't have a two powers interpretation. What you have then is a textual variant. So here's what I... If you've got that many witnesses, you don't have a two powers thing. You don't have a two powers reading here. What you have here is a textual variant. So here's where I would... If Heiser has admitted to this, that this many witnesses, textual witnesses, are against the reading, then let me do a quick look here. I'm just going to take a quick look. I don't know if I can find if this text is extant in the Dead Sea Scrolls, but let me just take a quick look here. I wouldn't normally do this because this takes time, but maybe I can find it quickly if I'm lucky. All right, and Discoveries in the Judean Desert. The index here, so Genesis 35 verse. Genesis 35, it's verse 7. Okay, it's the Muratorian. Okay, we got Seder, Genesis. Okay. Muratorian, do I have the Muratorian stuff? Muratorian, Exodus, Numbers, and which one is that? Okay, it's A. It's Muratorian, Genesis, Exodus, Numbers, A. Okay. There's a lot of this stuff. Let's see if I got where that text is. Let's see if I even have that volume. Praetorian fragments, Praetorian 1. Two. No, I don't have that volume. Okay, so I can't look that up any further than I did. Okay, but again, that would be my okay, and he adds here. Dead Sea Scrolls only have Beit al Kisam. Okay. Yeah. So it's a two fragmentary from the Dead Sea Scrolls. So based upon what we got here, what I would say is this is a textual variant. I don't think this is a binitarian reading. So again, this is why it's important to do the text critical work, is so you can inform your analysis on, say, the text critical work. And I think in this particular case, it's just a text variant in the Masoretic text. Especially if you got the Samaritan Pentateuch, the Septuagint, and at least the Targums, all in agreement here. If they're all in agreement that this is supposed to be singular, then it should be probably rendered in the singular. So, and that would make sense why better translations would be rendering this into the singular. And it would be doing it because then it would be in line with probably what the original text was. Okay? So that would be where I would sort of fall on that, or land on that, is it's one of those things where I think you need to just consult the text sources here. Okay. Sir Keflin, you can't lie. You guys are speaking alien to me. You found us out.
A little spaceship fly by at the beginning.
You did see the spaceship at the beginning, right? Could be. Could be. Okay. So thank you very much, Rob. Interesting topic. But again, I think this is one where we have to go to the text sources. Okay, and we got one last super chat here. From Upseas. For $6.99 Canadian. Thank you for the super chat. Does God clearly respond to prayers? What's an experience you've had that God responded to your prayer? Well, if you had listen to the live stream earlier, I'll take Mr. EC off here. We talked about how we were stuck in England with no money for 3 months, and we asked God to provide, and He did. We had a neighbor that just showed up with food, unexpected. We didn't ask him. We didn't ask him for food. So, so that was definitely a response to prayer. And we get various responses to prayer. You don't always get the same responses, and that's because you're dealing with a sovereign being. Sometimes God answers our prayers, sometimes He doesn't. When He does answer our prayer, wow, yeah, it's very apparent. I remember, and frankly, the thing with, okay, we're hungry, we don't have any money, we had enough money for tuition and for rent, and that's it. We had no money for 3 months. Well, you can't buy food with no money, so we had to improvise. Okay, our lawnmower broke. We wouldn't call this necessarily an answer to prayer, but sure allowed the dandelions to grow in the backyard, and they were tasty. Okay? You can eat dandelion greens. We lived by a park. We went out in the park, and there's a wooded area there, which grew wild blackberries. Lots of wild blackberries. We came home with like 3 buckets of wild blackberries, and all the stinging nettles you could possibly want. And stinging nettles are very edible, and they're very tasty too. Okay? Just blanch them first. Okay? But then we had a neighbor just show up and give us food. He showed up with his, as I said, this big tray, and we pray. Next day, neighbor showed up with his big box of mushrooms he got at a farmer's market for nothing, practically. He took a couple for himself, but gave us this big old box of mushrooms. Grateful, very grateful. He showed up once with a duck egg. Okay, of course I had never prepared a duck egg before, so that was an adventure. But it was delicious and nutritious, and an answer to prayer. So, yeah. He bought us a temporary bed and chairs. We were sitting on the floor at one point. He brought us furniture that we could use to, at least have a livable home. Okay, I see it, and as soon as it comes up, I'll take it here. Okay, Upseas for $6.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you that God exists and Jesus is actually God revealed? Thank you for answering. My pleasure. 10. 10. And I don't even hesitate at that. I absolutely believe it. And I can give this the highest ranking of belief. Okay? So, I believe that Jesus is actually God revealed. Okay? So that's as high as I can say that anything is true. Um, yeah. So, but without getting into all the evidences, okay, without getting into all the evidences, just my encounters with the divine have convinced me of the fact that God exists and that Jesus is the revealed Son of God, God incarnate. Okay? So I'm that confident in this. I'm so confident in this that I gave up a 6-figure job. That's how confident I am in this. That I gave up a 6-figure career in computers to pursue teaching the Bible, which does not pay 6 figures, by the way. Just, okay. That's how confident I am in this. You've got to be pretty confident to give up a whole bag of money to do something. Okay. So on that note, I think we're going to end it here. We want to thank you all for joining us tonight. Thank you very much for the super chatters who keep us doing this and who will be who allow us to continue to do this full time. We really appreciate your support. Just a reminder, we will not be here next week because I'm in Egypt. All right. Upsies, this has got to be the last one. Got to be the last one. Tell me about the job you gave up. I was the lead system administrator and programmer at a pharmaceutical company. Okay? What happened was I decided to I had already started to make the transition towards theology at that point, to studying theology and teaching the Bible. But what happened was the company went out of business. It folded. It was bought out by another pharmaceutical company and then sort of stripped down for its patents, and everyone was laid off. Okay. So at that point I had to kind of decide, did I want to continue being a high salaried computer administrator, or did I want to continue with doing my graduate degree in divinity and see what happened? And so it was like, okay, I mean, I still got headhunters calling me. I could have easily had continued on in the computer field. That would have been no problem at all. In fact, I worked a little while in it afterwards, but so it was a call. It was a judgment call. Do I want to do one? Do I want to do what makes me money, or do I want to do what I think is really true and I'm really passionate about? I picked the latter. I just picked the latter. I mean, I could have continued doing computers until retirement. I didn't hate it that much that I didn't like the money. It's just it just was a life choice. It was a life choice because, again, I believed it was true enough that I thought it's more important. Were you an atheist before? No, I wasn't. Okay, I was not an atheist. I did grow up in a Christian home. All my friends were atheists. All of them. I didn't have any Christian friends growing up. Okay. Just, I want to make that clear. I wasn't an atheist, but all my friends were atheists. Okay. So, I really liked being around atheists. Okay. So, so yeah, but I believe this thing so much that I'm willing to give up that kind of money to pursue it. So, it's been an interesting life. Oh boy, has it been interesting. Boy, has it been interesting. But we've also seen God work too because of it. Oh yes, he did. Harry Stark, did any of David's friends convert? Yes, one did. Clive Guth. He just recently passed away, and yeah, he converted. He was he died in January, and he was a follower of this live stream. He even showed up on occasion. So yeah, he was one of my friends. It was a dear friend, and I miss him a lot. But I also know now he's with the Lord as well. So I get to see him again. So yes, I did have friends, a couple friends that did convert. One of my coworkers at Western Greenhouse Growers also converted. So it does happen. But, you know, I was always most comfortable around atheists. You know, I know this is going to be a terrible shock to YouTube atheists out there. But I actually got along a lot better with atheists than I did with Christians. Just, you know, all my friends when I was in the IT world were atheists. You know, I used to be a volunteer at the Bay Area Science Fiction and Fantasy Convention, BayCon. They were all atheists for the most part. They were also my friends. Atheist or pagan, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I'm so yeah, really enjoy atheists. They don't enjoy me so much anymore, but the ones that are still that were my friends still do. Okay, Apsy's final one here. David A. Falk is the GOAT. I think that's a compliment. Just need Cartier buffs and a Hellcat. Again, anyone who wants to send me Cartier buffs is free to do so by sending them to my P.O. box. Okay, so they can also sell me the Hellcat too, but crowdfunded Hellcat.
But right now, since we would have.
Yes. Okay, now since we did speak of prayers, we are going to make one final request here before we call it a night. Pray for us. Pray for this trip that to Egypt goes smoothly. It hasn't so far. We got a last-minute flight change today because apparently the Munich airport is Frankfurt. The Frankfurt airport's going on strike the day we're supposed to arrive. So we're being rerouted. So it's off to a rocky start. Okay, so do pray for us. Pray for myself and pray for my producer too, because she'll be here, you know, holding the fort for us as I'm off in Egypt. So we will really, very, very much appreciate your prayers and your support. So we're going to call it a night here. Thank you for all of you who made the 200th live stream possible. Thank you for joining us every Friday. We love the fact you're here with us and that we get to have some fun and discover the Bible in the process. We also want to thank our Patreon and our YouTube subscribers. You guys pay for the electricity and the equipment to keep us running. We so appreciate that, and I'm so grateful. We also want to thank our regular subscribers who hit that like and subscribe button and who share our URLs of our videos with other social media platforms, because you guys get the message out. And with that said, thank you very much for joining us tonight, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.